Wow.
Would you
I
mind
had a
coming
weird
with
pause
me
there.
to buy a
I feel like
couple today's newspaper?
someone's gonna be like millennial pause. I'm not even technically. Actually, I don't know. It depends on where you draw the line. On I'm a borderline. Whatever. I'm not gonna talk. Sorry, I'm not gonna talk about generations because that's just a way to get me to rant. I hate talking about generations because they're not actually real. They're fake pseudoscience bullshit. Um, that's not to say that like you don't delineate generations in scientific studies, to be clear, but simply that any scientific study will acknowledge that the line between generations is not cut and dry ever, and it's just and you use generation terms to apply to people as an oversimplification on purpose because labeling things is useful sometimes. But the way that people talk about generations on a casual level is usually not helpful, and I don't feel like talking about it. Anyways, sorry. Why did I start talking about this? Anyway, I'm alive. Wow, haven't streamed the last couple days. The plan is whatever I feel like doing as I build it. Like, I wasn't in the mood to commit to... Why did I go all the way over there? I wasn't in the mood to commit to... Of course. I was up until like 5 a.m. Finishing the Varesa video, so I used my resin when I made the thumbnail. Anyways, stream starts with an ad. Well, I'm sorry. That is not my fault. I tell YouTube to put conservative as low of ads as possible in these live streams. So, I don't know. YouTube just decided to poop an ad on you, Vivek. I'm sorry. Anyways, yeah, so the plan is normal Genshin things with some yapping because my brain's in a mood. And maybe we'll transition to doing some unit reviews, maybe. Hence the unit review in the thumbnail. I forgot to change the thumbnail when I put the stream live. It was the same thumbnail as Varesa's weapon for the first 10 minutes of it being scheduled. It got, like, oh, my brain. Oh boy. I need to like fix my sleep schedule. I like effed my sleep schedule several weeks ago from like one night, and now it's just like I've been in a perpetual screwed my sleep schedule. Like where I'm like, it's not that I'm dysfunctional, and I think there's some people that purposely try to do this, but I've basically been operating on, you know, 2 4 to 5 hour sequences of sleep every, you know, I don't know how many hours. It's like it's more than every 12 hours, but like maybe like every 16 hours I'm getting like 5 hours of sleep kind of thing. And this is something that people like purposely try to do to some extent. So you can do weird stuff with like trying to min-max the timing of your sleep schedule if you're flexible with when you have to wake up. And that's kind of what I'm doing by accident, is my point. But it's not really helpful when I have goals of trying to get videos out in certain times, mostly relative to when I want to live stream. So, anyways. Yeah, I've gone biphasic by accident. Yes, essentially. Anyways, what terrible idea for the next video do you have planned? My next videos are less shenanigan-y. Man, like, I am hard feeling right now. We're waiting until I get 80 resin here, by the way. I guess we can claim this. I am hard feeling right now, like, I feel this in cycles, which is just the showing of I need to balance this better. Because, you know, what I like doing the most in Genshin and making videos on is doing different shenanigans, right? Like, you know, healer build Varesa. By the way, right now I put her on 4-piece scroll, Proto Amber healing build, with healing bonus, ER timepiece, like I said in the, like, pinned comment and whatever text in the video. Yep, it's very, very comfortable as far as an amount of healing goes. To be clear, like, the relevance of this, I could have dove more into, in the video, the relevance of, like, specific circumstances where it makes sense to do healer Varesa, as an on-field driver, and I purposely, you know, don't draw specific comparisons that often, in my videos, and, like, yes, I mentioned and said Dory is a very good healer. The thing is, though, 1, I don't think that many people actually have C6 Dory. 2, C6 Dory, to do a lot of healing, requires a bunch of investment. And that is not ideal. When Varesa can heal as much as she heals at level 1, so, and also be a compelling DPS, like one of the most compelling DPS units in the game, and has high exploration value. Like, that's what I wanted to kind of emphasize, which is what I tried to focus on mostly. It's not that, like, oh, you should default to healer Varesa, or that she is 100% better than Dory every time. By the way, notably, like, why I think why I think the statement of she's better than Dory as far as healing is also a factor of the fact that her healing with the prototype Amber multiple burst synergy heals regardless of what your HP total is. So a unit with 15 billion HP you could release, and Varesa can basically full heal them. Whereas Dory, her healing only scales on her stats, right? Which means Dory will not be able to full heal that character. Obviously, it doesn't actually exist, but there are reasons to do like high HP combo characters, right? Farina being one of them. So, anyways, and my overall vibe is that, like, I've seen plenty of players' accounts where they don't have many options for healers. Like, for team-wide healers, they have Jean, and they have nobody else, basically. And, like, yes, having Shallonen and Bennett can function as healers with Farina. Nuvilet, Farina, you don't need super badly a healer. Right, a lot of people tend to still play a healer, oftentimes with Nuvilet, Farina, like Charlotte, just for the front-loaded damage bonus, but you don't need it, right? Same thing with, like, Chlorine, you don't really need a healer with Farina Chlorine. But, like, it's not the point. The point is that, like, this opens up team options, right? And ultimately, it's just, you would want to use her as an on-field electro driver, doing some kind of beneficial reactions. And I think the most obvious utility is not like the dual DPSing like I kind of tried to make work, because I don't think the dual DPSing worked as well as I hoped it did, but simply that, you know, doing off-fielders that do relevant things and then having her as an on-field driver is a pretty good way to use her. And if I had her level 90, I could get her to do meaningfully more reaction damage, right? There's different weird directions you could do because of her stat needs not being that high. Even if you, like, her stat needs are higher if you want to do 3 bursts per rotation. But you don't necessarily have to do 3 bursts per rotation to heal a competent amount. It's worth mentioning, she, on a healing build like she's on right now, with 2 bursts, right? So this is a 136% healing bonus. What is that? 0.18. We'll add an extra 10% for Farina healing. So 18% times 1.45 is 26% times 2. If you only do 2 bursts per rotation, which is way lower energy needs, that's 52% of your HP rotation. That's still enough to, like, counteract Farina's drain. The only problem is it's nice to have a little bit more than 52% HP per rotation to counteract the fact that you might take damage, and you probably will take damage. So, anyways, I like, part of the reason I'm saying this, by the way, is because I've been, like, you know, watching Zejeff for, like, at least 20 minutes half the time before I start streaming, and he happened to be, of course, he started streaming, and apparently he immediately was reacting to the Varesa healer video. Not the whole thing or anything. Zejeff has a little bit, like, he's a little bit annoying me in that he's, like, watching my videos and then, like, he hears me say one thing and then doesn't listen to anything of the rest of my conclusion for the video. And it's just like, yo, whatever. And this is part of the reason I was yapping about Dory, because he's like, oh, Dory's a better healer than her. I don't agree. I don't agree. I think Varesa's utility as a healer is more relevant than Dory's utility as a healer. I think the investment required matters a lot, especially in the fact that Varesa is a more valuable unit to get for other reasons, right? So, anyways, it's my favorite character from Natlan. If we're gonna, I'm gonna split them into 2 categories to answer that question. The rivalry between you two is something else. Yeah, no, we're like 2 sides of the same coin. Thank you, Wenzo. We're like 2 sides of the same coin in that, like, We both like doing shenanigans in Genshin to some extent, but he is much more focused in doing things in a different way than I am. So I don't know. It's fun to antagonize him, and he antagonizes me. So, anyways, pull Shalonen. Sorry, do you pull Shan Yun for Varesa and skip Shalonen? I don't have Farina. Farina is, or sorry, Shan Yun is way less of a valuable character without Farina. Not unusable, but I honestly think that Shan Yun's more restricted. Like to her, like Gaming teams, I think without Shan Yun, without Farina, with Shan Yun are more than viable enough. And I'm pretty sure like you could do Varesa, Yansan, Shan Yun, the Shalonen or another buffer or whatever, right? As a viable alternative to some for Varesa teams, right? Varesa has decent flexibility in that regard. But no, I would probably not pull Shan Yun for your Varesa, is my point, if you don't have Arena. I think the value you get from Shan Yun is substantially lower, such that you should probably just pull Shalonen. She's going to be the more generically useful unit. But you also may want to hold off to see some information about Voldemort, aka Escoffier, the character that Mihoyo has teased, just in case that character synergizes with units on your account that you want either now, either now or in the future potentially. Maybe it's better to save your Primo Gems that you would have wished even on Shalonen for that character instead, right? Anti-Shan Yun propaganda. I mean, I really like Shan Yun. I find her super fun, but if you don't have Farina, she's a much less good character, obviously. So, what was I saying before? Was that another gifted membership? No, that was the same one. Yeah, thank you again, Wenzo, though. And congrats to Lito. Again, you know, as far as, like, the stream title goes, wishing I could do better, like, one thing I could do better that I, like, it's just like, man, I have all these things, like, I want to potentially do related to content, and then just fail to do them. I don't know. Anyways, it's some of it's, like, a side effect of having too many ideas and getting too focused on the thing I just have an idea for. That seems fun and is simpler. Like, I don't know. I'm such a terrible content creator as far as like trying to balance making money and making good content. I feel like too much I focus on what I want to make rather than what people want to see. But anyways, what was I saying? There was something I was talking about before I got distracted with one question. It was something someone. Oh yeah. What my favorite Natlan characters. I'm gonna split them between different categories. Of main DPS and not main DPS. Although honestly, with the healer Varesa thing, even though like I don't have that much need because I have plenty of healing options, right? I think healer Varesa is a much more relevant thing when you don't have a lot of healer options on your account, which is a lot of people. But so she's kind of a weird one because I actually think as far as like, because I did, you know, Kanich on 4P Scroll when he came out too, but Kanich on 4P Scroll, particularly now that Eonson exists, I don't think is like is relevant at all. Especially the fact that Eonson and Oron exists. These are two units that, depending on the team context, can give Dender damage bonus with 4P Scroll. So Kanich giving Dender damage bonus with Scroll is like not that relevant. And the way he generates energy is such that it's kind of annoying to try to make him do a burst every rotation. But like Varesa as like a main DPS that wasn't intended to have supportive utility, having the supportive utility she has, I think makes her meaningfully more valuable. And that's cool. So as far as main DPSs go, because of that factor, the fact that she becomes more of a supporter, I would say Varesa is my favorite main DPS unit. I really like Mulan's kit gimmick, but I'm not in the mood to play it all the time. Like I leave her equipped. I enjoy playing her. But if I wasn't a content creator, I can tell you I probably would have ended up with Varesa, not just because I was necessarily interested in her, because I think I would have gone for Eon-san regardless, ended up getting Varesa, and then ended up being happy about it. But anyways, I probably would have gone at least for a low constellation copy of Auron, and therefore probably wouldn't have ended up with Chaska. I really, I got Auron before going to Pity on Chaska Banner. I just decided to risk going to Pity. If I recall, I decided to risk going to Pity because, like, I thought she'd be interesting to have on the account from a content perspective, and I don't regret that. I think she is interesting to have as an option. And I don't know, this has been an interesting experiment on my account, honestly, in general. Last year, basically, where even though I wasn't committing to it, I have ended up getting every single character they have released, other than Yume Mizuki. So anyways, yeah, Varesa is my favorite as far as main DPS units. As far as supports go, and we're not going to count her as a Natlan character, but I'll be honest, I think Lanya might actually be my favorite if we are counting her as a Natlan character. I really like Mawika as an E-bot, but it's not really quite that she was a support, I would say. So, I'm trying to decide between Eon-san and Sitlali. Sitlali, it's hard for me to, I really, really, really like Sitlali, to be clear. I think she's probably the strongest character as far as just characterization goes. I like her design a lot. So, yeah, I'm a little bit biased. But I was a little bit disappointed with how underwhelming, the non-intended use cases for her were, right? Which is most notably, trying to get her to deal more damage. I don't think it would have broke... Her original kit, for what it's worth, had double the multiplier on her burst, for example. And I do not think that would have broken this character. I don't think she would have been, that strong, that much stronger than she already is. Because it's not the strongest part of her kit is not her burst damage. But it would have opened up more reason to build her differently. And I also really kind of dislike how they balance her energy needs, because of, which is part of the problem with trying to get her to do meaningful damage. And she feels not very enjoyable to use in Overworld because of her need to burst so much. So my point is, you know what, I think I like Eon-san more as far as kits go, game mechanics. But as far as characterization goes, Sitlali. As far as balance of hit mechanics and characterization goes, and design, Sitlali is my favorite character of Natlan. So, but that's just, personal bias for various reasons of liking Sitlali. As far as kit goes, Eon-san, and then Varesa, and then Lanyan if she counts as 5-point or Natlan character by being in 5.x patches. Lanyan is just a really, really fun balance of capable Animo DPS with doing interesting mechanics with Animo, being an Animo shielder that can turn into different shield types, having interesting buffing potential, but also not being a crazy, not being an overpowered unit by any means. She's just a really, really interesting conjunction of balance of different things, and she's great. I think she's one of the, I cannot believe they managed to surprisingly just randomly release a 4-star Animo unit that I like as an Animo DPS and an Animo support without just being bonkers in one direction or another. This character is an example of, oh, Mihoyo still does have the, the Genshin team that's designing character kits, they still got it, right? They still got it where they can make balanced and really interesting and fun characters. So, yeah. Oleron's fun. Kachina is hampered by a couple specific decisions that are sad, in my opinion. And then there are clunkiness problems in different contexts. This character is clunky in the weirdest way possible, in that for some reason this was I'm assuming an intentional decision. She feels so awful in AoE. Kachina was so close to being so much more of an interesting character, by the way. The specific thing that I think they needed to do is yes, I think the fact that her multipliers as low as they are is stupid. But I think the bigger problem is actually her skill cooldown. I think that's the number one thing making her feel bad to use in most teams, more than anything. So, like, slightly increase her damage and change her skill cooldown to, like, 18 seconds. And that's it. So, yeah. There you go. That's my vibe about Natlan units so far. And then there's Aoife, who is a well, if Mizuki's a 5-star, I'd say Aoife's a 6-star. That's my vibe, personally. But let's be real. Aoife is definitely a 4-star. And what does that say about Mizuki? Anyways. Wow. Crazy. Oh, I should yap about artifacts, because I didn't stream the last couple days, and I farmed artifacts. And boy, were artifacts kind of weird. I can't show you all of them, because I already ordered some of them. But on a single day, I got 2 double crit. I got 1 double crit 4-line feather with ER in Finale of Deep, and then I also got a double crit attack percent that was 3-line. And I got another double crit piece here, which is funny because it is the same exact stat combination as my existing piece for the cryo set. But notably, I also got like Varesa on like Competent Flower. First I got this, and I was like, eh, okay. I mean, it's a 5-star flower. It's definitely better than my old one. And then the game gave me this, which is like, it's better, but like, could you have not rolled into EM? like this isn't a bad artifact, but like it has to be in this super awkward middle ground of like not that much better, and it just like this minimum attack percent roll is worse than the 56 flat attack on this, by the way, for what it's worth. So it's like it's better, but like barely, and in the most minor way possible. And like I think I kind of prefer this right now. So it's like a perfect annoying artifact where I would have loved to just throw away this and keep this, but this really needed like 1 more attack percent or crit damage roll or crit rate roll for it to be just like, yeah, I'm gonna throw away the old piece. So that's annoying. I leveled up the crit rate circlet that I got for Skirk, or on the I'm assuming for Skirk, right? But this was a 4-line, and it's weird because it rolled, into ER, and ER is probably a dead stat on her. And then it rolled into crit damage once. It started with a max roll crit damage, so very sad. And I leveled up this, which is bad. But anyways, this is all leading up to, I got this. Which almost was the highest crit value piece in my account. And ER's a dead stat on her. Did you read the artifact set? When character has 0 energy. This means that Skirk's kit presumably has some kind of gimmick where she doesn't use energy in a normal way, like Mawika style. So anyways, this is stupid because it's just one of the highest crit value pieces on my account now. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I also got this artifact for Varesa. And this might look almost the same as my old artifact for Varesa because it basically is. This is even stupider of anything else. Like, this is the dumbest circumstance. Let me sort by feathers. Let me show you the highest crit rate feathers I have on my account. This one and this one is tied for the highest, and then I have this one. Why? What? This game is a troll. Like, I have 3 feathers on my account across its entire history that have 14 crit rate. And the game trolls me and somehow gives me 2 pieces with like exactly the same crit rate. What is the use of this? Like, do I throw this away? I don't want to throw this away. It seems insane to throw this away. This is an insane off piece for an HP scaler. And this is just better if you need the ER. Like, what? What? And like, these 2 pieces are really old. Like, I want to emphasize, these 2 pieces are like, I think over 2 years old. It's been 2 years since I got like a 14 crit rate feather piece. And the game trolls me and in the span of a week gives me 2 duplicates of the same piece? Huh? Like, what a weird stretch of artifact days is my point. Like, thanks for the it's like thanks for the high value piece, but it's useless to have a duplicate of the same artifact. I would have been so much happier if there was a flower, right? For Varesa or Xiao. But no, instead it's like, here, have this flower or and this flower, which are like not unusable, but both cope in their own way. Ah! Anyways, oh yeah, it was for Enraged Ziox. You would want to know what I also got? Too bad it didn't roll into crit. Like, it would have been amazing to suddenly throw a 40 CV Animal Goblet in your face that's on set. But I'm not gonna bother leveling this anymore because it's made me sad with the 2 death rolls. If it was attack percent, I'd still be very down. But anyways, the point is, the game absolutely has trolled me the last 2 days of giving me artifacts that are like mostly not very useful, other than the fact that it gave me an upgraded Skirk artifact. But I also would say it's kind of a troll to give me this artifact because of the fact that the information we just got about Skirk, and to be clear, she's not in beta. We don't actually know her kit. We can just make educated guesses based on the artifact set, based on the Scofia's kit balance, and whatever. And like, this information could be very believable. The information was that Skirk's multipliers basically directly change based on having how many Hydro and Cryo units are in her team, which means that Skirk, we don't know the balance. I want to emphasize, we don't actually have numbers, okay? And this may just be a balancing mechanic to make Skirk's freeze teams perform as well as melt teams. This does not mean that she will not work outside of like Escoffier teams, okay? But it might mean that that's their intention. It might mean that their intention for Skirk is to have her be, which would be like, you could argue is good for game balance. Have her be only really strong in Escoffier teams and just okay outside of Escoffier teams, kind of thing. Which would be a decision. It's not one I think I agree with. I think main DPSs, the most valuable main DPSs in the game are the ones that are most versatile for their team options. And not 5-star heavy, right? Particularly for their different team options. I think those are the most valuable main DPSs to go for. But, and my point with that is, like, I think I look forward to doing some shenanigans with Escoffier, like with Chungyun and Shenhe. If Skirk only performs well in Escoffier teams, well, you know what, honestly? I want her to perform poopy outside of Escoffier teams, because, you know what, it's just more reason for me to play those teams. I know myself well enough. I'd probably enjoy if she's garbage outside of Escoffier teams. Let's be real. Like, if she somehow has a kit where she's just really bad with Melt, like she's worse than Risley for Melt, I'll do it anyways. More reason to do it for me. Or more reason to like use her. Like maybe she could be really bad for Melt just because she applies too much cryo too. Like she isn't able to trigger melts because she applies too much cryo. But that means Skirk could be interesting as an enabler for other units to use her cryo to do something like superconduct Skirk. So anyways, I probably will like having this artifact is my point. It's a nice option to have, and I have a good feather, and my timepiece is extremely cope, and my goblet or my circlet is extremely cope. But you know what? Thanks to having 5-star weapons, and this is not going to be an amazing weapon for her, but in the worst case scenario, it will be okay, because it's stat stick weapon, and I know it's ugly, but I will use other weapons on her if I get a decent crit damage circlet, right? I have a crit damage circlet that with not relevant substats, but anyways, and this would be an ideal build on the assumption right now that she ascends with crit rate. She might not. We don't know. If she ascends with crit rate, though, this would be like an 80 whatever % crit rate build, plus her cryo resonance. So you know, you get the point. This seems like a pretty competent Skirk build, even if it's underwhelming with the. Yeah, but anyways, and I guess I should show my Varesa build now that I have slightly better options for her too. Who uses Varesa on plunge artifacts? I thought everyone was playing healer Varesa. So with this flower, She is at... She's not using... Don't forget that. So with this flower, she's at 90, 171, which is... Hey, it's consistent. But you can kind of see how, like, that's like... Whoopsies. You can see... Oh, okay, that's kind of imbalanced, right? And this is why I was talking about how, like, yeah, just that extra attack percent roll. Right, she's at 1,919 attack, right? Just an extra attack percent roll versus the EM would have been a lot better, right? This flower with flat attack gives more attack than the other piece does. This just looks better to me, right? This just looks a lot better to me. So I might use this instead, hence why I'm not going to throw it away. And this might get thrown away if I get a better double crit flower. But anyways, so I'm still farming the stupid domain. But I'm getting very, very close to being done with farming it. Because I don't think I need a particularly cracked build. I do really wish this animal goblet leveled better, by the way. Because if it rolled like 30 CV, I could have considered using this as an onset goblet for like Cloud Retainer or Shao. But I just don't think it rolled well enough. Wow. Should we... You know what? It's onset goblets are really powerful. I should practice what I preach. So the problem is, to be clear, onset goblets are very powerful. But you know what? You want to know what's also powerful? Like this. Yeah. You know. You understand. So, like, if I'm really trying to have fun with Shao, I feel like... It doesn't make sense. But we'll give it one last chance here. You know, it's really insulting that I min-rolled there. Like, it went max roll into min-roll. Like, come on. I love roll variation for artifacts. Like, come on. I would like to just be happy about having a higher or having a crit roll, man. Like, you know what? Here, chat. You decide this artifact's fate. Again, like, use the context that I like. I feel like. I feel like it's, if it gets another crit roll, it's very usable as an onset piece, particularly if I decide to stop farming this domain. But like, if I get all I need to like be able to use right now, this is like relevant because I don't have that good options for timepieces basically. But if I get some good options for like attack percent timepieces in particular, I have like no need for this thing at all for animo DPSing is kind of my point. So I don't know. Y'all decide. I don't know. I'll let you decide this artifact's fate, but I am very much on the side of screw this artifact. Decide its fate. Trash. Keep it for copium max roll. Like if it has a 7.8 crit damage roll, what is this? That'd be a 13.2 crit damage. That would be a 20, like a 26 crit value piece. It's usable for an onset goblet. It's usable for an onset goblet, but anyways, while you decide, let's go to the domain. Now Varesa is not on whatever artifacts, so I guess we'll put it back to, let's go back to an overload team for overworld utility, farming utility. Blamp.
A little extra training.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use healer Varesa that often again, because I have so many options on the account, but for healing. But it's definitely something I'm going to keep in the back of my head, and it's definitely a reason that I'm going to probably never level out Dory. If I get the itch to play Dory, I can play on my friend's account. So, yeah. Anyways. Going 16 to 20 is so expensive already and won't be bringing much more than the main set. Maybe some crit. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Blamp. I didn't hold skill. Good job. Also, I didn't. Whatever. Well, okay. Good Varesa gameplay. Good job, dude. If I don't. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not gonna kill it. I did. Okay. That would have been such a failure. That would be some of the most scuffed gameplay I've ever had with a fairly easy to use character if I didn't kill that thing before it went into its shield. Anyways. Well. 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 I'd keep but not level it for now. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, I'd probably not a priority throwaway. I might Eon Sonic before Shivers. By the way, that's stupid. Doesn't really matter here, but, you know. Probably not good practice. You know what? I don't know. Do I just prefer the, like... Oops. This domain causes a slightly exaggerated effect, I think, because we're getting, like, 30% free crit damage, right? Yeah. So, like, this, in this domain, this feather looks, or flower, whatever, with higher crit rate looks much better. But, I don't know. Anyways. Well. No, I don't need this. There's no reality where this rolls relevantly. I have 2 pieces already. Like, well, okay. The reality where it rolls in something relevant is it rolls double crit and it rolls heavily into crit damage instead of crit rate. Like, having more options for different balances of stat is good, but, like, can you just stop giving me crit feathers on that set? I don't need... whatever. Dang, Skirk's early leaks are bad. Yeah, I don't know. We need to know actually how our kit functions to meaningfully judge things. It's not worth, like, drawing any real conclusions from, other than, like, okay, it's at least a direction that they primarily want her to be strongest in an Escofia team. By the way, only 53% of you have said trash it, but, you know, it's, yeah, so I'm going to say it's not going to be immediately trash, but I don't think I'm going to keep it. That's my vibe. So anyways, exciting artifacts today. I didn't get anything last night either when I spent the other 2 resin. We're going to dump this in here. Because, well, I'm caught between Tenacity and Golden Troop right now. Because I feel I want more Golden Troop options. Notably, I want a Golden Troop Circlet, and I don't really want to spend 3 elixirs for it. But I also want to get more Tenacity pieces. So, yeah, we'll do Golden Troop. Because once I get a Golden Troop... Aww, you just had crit... You just had... You're so close. I'd want a Golden Troop crit right circle with crit damage. Scare it. This was the alternative, actually, because the main reason I needed the main reason I needed pieces, more Golden Troop pieces, was for characters that, you know, new characters and whatever that might need Golden Troop pieces, among other reasons, and getting an on-set Electro Goblet is an alternative because that function lets me use an off-piece on Official. Boy, I might be sad in a second here. Oh boy, I might be sad in a second here. I'm gonna be so sad if this rolls poorly. I'm gonna be so sad if this rolls poorly. Oops. I will be so sad, please. Bro, I'm not kidding. I would actually throw this in the trash, and throw this in the trash, and throw this in the trash in exchange for that goblet rolling better. I'm not kidding. I would no, to be clear, I'm still gonna, like, this is my Goblin Unofficial right now. Like, I would, no questions. I would throw away 3 40 CV pieces with, you know, three perfect stat value pieces for different contexts. I would throw away 3 of them in exchange for this rolling better. It's gonna roll flat attack again, we know it. I'm still gonna keep it. It makes me sad. At least it's 20 CV. Okay, so in comparison, okay, so comparison point, right? Fischl, I stole Fischl's old golden troop feather, so Fischl's been kind of actually. Wait, sorry, Fischl I think got a slightly worse piece, you know, less crit damage, a little bit less crit rate, you know, HP instead of attack. So you know, but hey, an ER rolls is something. Gave her that timepiece, gave her this goblet, and it was fine. This is ultimately the same high crit, similar crit value, right? So just without switching the circlet. Without switching the circlet. Pray for artifact reroller down the line. Yeah, I know, right? So what's our attack stat X? That's an important comparison. How does 14% attack? I have. Oh, she's gonna fall below. Well, no, I'm gonna switch the circlet. With Skyward Harp, I have 2,072 attack. Okay. So, at least, you know, the one benefit of this rolling cope is I'm not tempted to put it on Yai. I'm not very tempted to put it on Yai. To be clear, it could be a good onset goblet for Yai still, because 60 flat attack versus actually how much attack is 9.3% attack for Yai? Ah, crap. Is this still good enough to use as an onset goblet for Yai? What does that do for Yai? Okay, so sorry. 948. Ah, it might actually have equivalent value. Ah, crap. Man, how my luck on circlets is or on golden, or sorry, not whatever. I have like decent goblets everywhere except my electro goblet situation. I have so many electro goblets, but they're all like weird smatterings of like good. They have relevant stats, but like nothing that's like, yeah, I love this electro goblet, right? They're all like depends electro goblets. Anyway, so 9.3% attack times 948 is 88. Okay, no. So this goblet gives her like 30 more attack than this does. And this is an onset goblet too for Yai right now as well. So I have basically no reason to consider using this. And that's the benefit of it. I have no temptation to use it on Yai. It can stay on Fischl. Okay. So she falls to 2004 attack from, what was she at before? 2072, which is a loss, right? But it's before switching anything else. And like, that's more crit at a baseline. That's pretty good already at a baseline. Like, it's an improvement before switching the circlet. So, the circlet, though. Oh, boy. The circlet, though. You failed your trigonometry class. Are you cooked? I mean, that depends how important trigonometry is potentially for your future. I'd say potentially no. But it also depends what your schools does when you fail a class. And what if you're in college or not. Because college you might, depending on your college, you might be kicked out of college for failing a class. Healer Varesa with TF for co-op would be crazy. That'd be kind of funny. Okay, so first of all, we could. I don't think I'm going to use this piece on her, right? But we could go the. Maybe I will actually. I don't know. I'm seriously considering just switching Farina over to Tenacity permanently. So this circlet might actually be free for special. So you know what? Put this on first. And like. Okay, I don't like that she went below 2,000 attack. That bothers me. It doesn't matter. No, because like the crit does more. But like it bothers me, monkey brain. Right. I could use this, but I'm like, I don't really want to take that from Arlecchino, but I could use that too, right? What was the golden troop circle again? It says HP. It's actually a pretty good circlet for Farina even. I'm not that sad about putting this on Farina. Farina doesn't really need the... Like, how bad is Farina looking right now? She's fine. Like, she hasn't been affected meaningfully. And I can switch to a different piece for her to help improve her. Oh, wait. I mean, a little imbalanced. But, you know. Okay, what about crit damage? Current HP. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, what about this? I kind of like the look of that more. As far as the balance goes. Maybe I do that. Maybe for now, Farina can grab this. And then I just give Fischl the high crit damage piece. But I am slightly annoyed by the idea of Fischl not having 2,000 attack. It's a minor, very minor problem. I'm well aware, but like, it does bother me. And like, I could fix the problem with this. Beyond, I don't want to fix the problem like that. The answer is I need a double crit golden troop flower with attack percent. That's the answer. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm happy with it. I am happy with it. Even as, because like this does give me meaningfully more flexibility for you know who. He has her signature equipped? No, I don't. I did not have Farina's signature equipped. Oh wait, no, sorry, you're correct. I do have Farina's signature equipped. I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing. I thought you were talking like I actually have her, like what people normally refer to as a signature. Yeah, I have her signature equipped as far as I'm concerned. But yes, if I had her signature weapon equipped, actually no, I probably would just stick with something like that. But yeah, I might need more ER. Actually, I'd have to prioritize something slightly differently, but you know, similar to this. Anyways, back to real signature weapon. Blap. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with Farina as she is there as far as a golden troop build. It's still worse than what I had before. Like my fully powered Farina golden troop build that is using the feather that is on Fischl right now and the circlet that is now on Fischl was this amount of crit rate but 170 crit damage. But like 9% crit damage ain't gonna be like the difference maker, right? And this opens up flexibility. This is gonna make it easier to have options for Escoffier depending on what weapon I use on her. And depending on how strong I want her to be. And it's gonna open up more flexibility for putting Farina on 4-piece tenacity. And the reason for that is because if I put Farina, one of the problems and why I needed more golden troop pieces, and this is honestly the bigger factor less than Escoffier, is that if I'm putting Farina on tenacity, well, I'm probably going to put Faraz on golden troop. So, yeah, that's my overall vibe right now. Not that like I have to do Faraz on golden troop necessarily. So anyways, I wonder. Wait, what do I have for off piece? That's probably something I should check. I've never considered doing an off piece timepiece on Farina before. No, I don't think I have anything that's that relevant as an off piece for Farina. I mean that, but I don't think this is so much better that it actually matters. Like I know it looks a lot better, cause like ooh, look at that big crit damage, right? And like yeah, it's 40 CV, but this is, you know, a little bit less crit value and is an onset. So if I was using this feather and not putting this on Fischl right now, right, then maybe yes. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, okay. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. See, it's like it makes me very sad still that it didn't roll better. But it does unironically help me significantly for build options. So I will take it. I will take it. Anywho's, can I shout out Kelvin Ramos? No, because I'm not gonna give a shout out to someone I don't know who you're saying, and I probably shouldn't even have acknowledged your comment because I'm guessing he's a pedophile or something, or maybe he's not, and I've just said something really rude, or maybe it's you. Maybe that's your name. If so, I apologize for calling you a pedophile. If that person is actually a pedophile, I definitely don't apologize for calling them a pedophile. Anyways, alright, well, this was a good hour-long distraction. Artifact, yep, I'm sure this is the content you came for. Yep, alright, cool. Anyways, official stronger. I will not stress out with me on, okay, but I'm sorry, I said I wasn't going to, but my brain is really annoyed with the idea of her being at my brain is really annoyed with the idea of her being at 1900 attack. Ah, brain, bad. Okay, but actually though, what happens? Man, could you have at least like rolled into crit rate? Because imagine if it rolled heavily into crit rate, I could like you do an off-piece crit damage circlet, like oh. Imagine if it rolled in the crit rate, right? And then I could have like used this, right? Like use this as an off-piece circlet on official, and then yeah, whatever. It's fine. First time joining the stream, hearing Selena saying pedophile. It's crazy. Sorry. You want to know the reason that popped into my head immediately? It's because my sister, I had like an hour-long text conversation with my sister yesterday because she texted me if I knew someone that I used to work with at Walmart. And I was like, yeah, I knew him, and he was arrested for child porn. And I was like, oh boy. Well, wonderful. And then we had a whole conversation, not about pedophiles specifically, but more just on things related to raising children in the modern day, particularly. At least they got him, yeah. So, what working at Walmart does to your brain, okay. So, you know what the worst part is? When I first started working for Walmart, I was this dude's manager. And I can tell you, while he never gave me pedophile vibes, which is not that surprising, I think most pedophiles don't go screaming that they're a pedophile publicly. He was definitely a weirdo, but like definitely a weirdo and just like, you know, neurodivergent type of weirdo. I don't think Walmart caused that, but I can definitely tell you, it was annoying enough to have to manage him that he was one of the reasons that I sought a position elsewhere in the store. One of the reasons I sought a promotion to a different position that was more work for mostly the same amount of money was because I didn't want to have to manage him. So yeah. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah. I was like trying to consider, is there a reality where I can use a crit damage circlet with this onset goblin? I don't think there is. Not without. I'd have to get some really heavy crit rate pieces in Golden Troop, right? That's the only way that actually happens. Which is just not going to happen. Unless. Rare random Saluna Lord? Yeah. Unless. Yeah, exactly. That's the quality artifact. I mean, look, usable Farina piece, honestly. Roll all into HP, 10 out of 10 Farina piece. Anyways, can you not what? Not do artifacts? I'm sorry. Like, what do you mean? Anyways, I wasn't thinking someone is a pedo. I was just saying I'm not going to give a random shout out to some random person that you asked me to give a shout out to in chat because you might just trying to troll me and making me give a shout out to some pedophile. That's my point. Anyways, the autism part. I just said that he was neurodivergent. I don't know if he was diagnosed with anything. Any thoughts on weapon banner? Bad. Don't do it, generally speaking, unless you're a higher investment player who's been playing for a long time and you have specific teams you really like. And that's your main method for improving team damage because you know you would just care about improving specific teams' damage, doing higher investment things rather than pulling new characters. Anyways. Oh, next weapon banner. Oh. That is a more specific question. Saying he was weird in a neurodivergent way. I mean, I think I'm weird in a neurodivergent way. Not quite as to the extent that this individual was. I almost said his name, which would be a bit rude. I mean, to be clear, maybe he deserves me saying his name because, I don't know. Do pedophiles deserve respective privacy? Do they? Do they? I'm not going to say his name, but I don't know if they do. But that's just like, you know, gut feeling in me, not like legally. So, anyways, at the very least, I think it's a bad idea for me to say his name because if I say his name, you could find out like where I worked and lived, and I'd rather not. So, on the basis of saying him because I did have to work with him, would connect me, would give you information about my life that I don't want to give you. So, anyways, John Doe was his name exactly. This weapon banner has a lot of favs on it. I called it, by the way. I said that like the value of that weapon banner is going to be somewhat dependent on what favs are in the weapon banner, and it wouldn't surprise me if they put a bunch of favs on it, and they put a bunch of favs on it. They didn't put fav sword on it, which is a bit of an L, because here, so there's fav codex. We'll start with codex because it's easy. And then there's fav. We'll ignore the claymores because one, there's like not that many characters. The fav claymore I think is the worst fav weapon, because there's just not that many claymore units that meaningfully need fav. Beta was a relevant one.
If you ever
Chungyun is a somewhat relevant one. Maybe Sayu kind of. Maybe Dory kind of. Xintian kind of. Kave, I use it on him. I like it on him for meeting his stat needs. But like they're all kind ofs, right? And none of them necessarily will need it in some of their ideal team contexts in particular. Like, Beta, you can definitely min-max and get her to get her energy needs without Fab, right? But it is an easy option for her. Yeah, Dory's probably definitely a yes on Fab. But anyways, not having Fab Claymore is not that big a deal, because I think it's the worst Fab. Fab Codex, as far as, I should probably look at all units. So, Fav Codex. Oh yeah, Sylveon. Or anyone actually. This is a task for anyone. If you guys want to try to like create clips that you think would, when I yap about something on stream, would make for good short content, that's what I think I'm gonna have my editor do more in the future, is try to create shorts out of my live streams rather than doing like longer form edited videos, because it just doesn't make financial sense, let alone other aspects. It doesn't make financial sense for me to keep on paying them to make long form videos right now. So anyways, short and yap in the same sentence. I mean, I know, right? My editor would have a challenge. they gotta condense my yaps into something coherent that's short. Crazy. Anyways, condensing the stream count to how many times Saluna gets a voice creak. That would be harder. Anyways, so yes, Fav Codex. Not technically no, but you know, maybe. Again, not usually. If you're playing Ningguang, you're probably playing DPS Ningguang. Yes, I think there actually is compelling reasons to use Fav on Sucrose. But depends on exactly what you're trying to achieve with Sucrose. Mona, definitely yes. Yanfei, yes. Energy needs if you're doing like tank Fei, but if you're doing DPS Yanfei, obviously, generally speaking, not. No, can't crit. Well, very hard to crit, especially with Fav. Yai, no. Azo, generally speaking, no. Nahida, yes. Very compelling weapon option for her. Wanderer, no. Baiju, yes. Compelling weapon option for him. Nuvilette, generally no. Generally no. Generally yes. It's basically the weapon you would use on her because her energy needs are awful. Can you get away with other weapons? Yes. If you can have an energy, the ideal weapon for Charlotte is theoretically TDDS, if you can get away with it. But usually people like are using Charlotte for like an easy low investment option for Nuvilette for arena teams to get front loaded damage bonus, and in that context, there's no reason to do TDDS, right? You just use Fav. Yes, Fav is her universal recommended option, unless you have Oathsworn Eye, but that's an old event weapon. Generally, no. Yes, an option, although TDDS is much more relevant on her. Same story, TDDS, very relevant. Generally, no. Well, actually, honestly, depending on what kind of Yume Mizuki team you're doing, Fav Codex is a more strong consideration in some ways, but probably generally not, I would assume. So yeah, Fav Codex is quite good, but still quite situational. Bow, I think, is a similar story. Yeah, you can do Fav Ember. You can definitely do Fav Official. Generally speaking, probably not. Same story with Venti. Diona, yes, very compelling option for her. The interesting story, of course, if you have Elegy that changes like how compelling Fav is on them. No, generally, no, generally, yes, probably, unless Elegy again. I mean, even with Elegy, maybe. Yes, generally Fav. Yes, Fav. Yes, generally Fav, I think. Yes, generally Fav. I made DPS Sethos. The first weapon option I showed for high energy build in Sethos was Fav, because the fact that you don't need to build any extra ER substats if you use Fav. You just build as much crit as possible, and Fav Bow lets you get a lot more energy to spam his charge attacks more. It enables some cool tech on him. I use Slingshot, but that's because I have a really good ER timepiece on Thundering Fury, yada yada. So yes. Yes, an option for Siege Wind as well if you need the ER, but generally speaking, you'd probably use the HP bow to maximize her buffing for Farina. And yes, for him. So, point being, there's a lot of bow units. There's 1, 2, ignoring, it, assuming you don't have Elegy, right? But you might end up getting Elegy on this banner. But like, and again, I prefer Farazan on Fav over Elegy, generally speaking. So anyways, but yes, and then there's a couple maybes, right? So there's at least 4 or 5 bow characters that are just, yes, Fav is their weapon. And then for polearms, oh boy, polearms, yes, a decent option actually, yes. Although, you know, I have found that mini Shivers teams, I don't have that much need for the extra Fav energy personally. So you could consider going for an HP weapon like the HP event polearm from last year, or the Black Tesla. Yeah, Black Tesla. So, but anyways, it's still like, if the energy is relevant, it's her best weapon. So yes. Honestly, yes, actually, sadly, because getting more energy utility from her is arguably better than, yeah, so, but not always. So yes, asterisk. Yes, asterisk though again. But generally speaking, yes, I would say yes. But, you know, has lots of, Shungling is universal, has compelling options on their weapons, and yes. So I'd say characters that are almost always like Fav is kind of their best weapon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-ish. You understand why I need so many Fav Lances and polearms only? Not that every one of those characters has to be equipped with Fav, but like, you know, Fab Lance is extremely valuable, and I'd say it's the best Fab weapon. Now, Fab Sword is not on the banner, but, you know, so characters, Bennett, situationally, he's Fab Sword, but St. Joe is one of the obvious ones. Layla is a definite candidate. Kirara, Lynette, Farina, Shilonen, Kazuha. But other than like Farina and Shilonen, Sack Sword is the best like second alternative. Oh, Jean is an option 2 for sure. I guess Chi-Chi, yeah, you're probably using Fab on Chi-Chi if you're actually using Chi-Chi. But yeah, other than Farina and Shilonen, I think Sack Sword is kind of like a really good alternative to have. So particularly at High Refine. So the second best sword to have on this banner for supportive utility is Sack Sword. So like my point is the 4 stars on this banner. This is our extremely good supportive weapon banner. Any unit that's relevant on Fabbo, generally speaking, can use Elegy for what it's worth. I guess I should discuss that more specifically though. Units that, because they don't necessarily all use, because you have to have some off-field hits basically, generally speaking, or not necessarily. You don't have to have off-field hits because like Sara does work on Elegy. Anyways, Official is good on Elegy. Amber is good on Elegy. It actually enables some extra utility for Amber with burst support. Vanti is good on Elegy. Diona is good on Elegy. I think she can be kind of iffy, but no, she usually does because her burst has a little bit of ticks of hits off field. But I think she takes a little bit of time to get the buff up. Burst support Gani could technically use Elegy. But anyways, the ones that make definite obvious sense are like Sara, Official, Amber, Venti, Diona, kind of yes. Yelan, I would say Kale probably too. Farazan, Oron, all are good candidates for Elegy, and it's probably not a very bad stat stick weapon for Tignari even. Honestly, I think it might be kind of interesting for Linny too in some contexts. Anyways, it's a pretty good bow is my point. Pretty much anyone actually I think that can consider using Fab could consider using Elegy. I actually don't think there's anyone who doesn't really theoretically work on it. Even Sara is like one of the most iffy ones, and she still does. So Elegy passive, yeah, if you care. For the exact wording, where's a bow person? Hello, bow person. So Elegy of the end for the end. Blah 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 increases EM by 60. That's not necessarily relevant on all characters, depends on the character, but that's part of the reason I did say that it is not necessarily a terrible stat stick weapon for Tignari. And it's just the ER is usually not that relevant. And then when skills or bursts of the character wielding hit opponents, they gain a sigil effect. And when you get 4 instances of this, so you have to have 4 instances of skill or burst damage to proc the passive, basically, is what this whole wall of text here says. And notably, these sigils can be gained, the stacks, every 0.2 seconds. So that means, like, what's a little bit maybe sus with Tignari, for example, is his burst hitting all at the same time kind of thing. But generally speaking, his burst isn't going to hit all at the same time. So I think there will be a 0.2 second delay between one of his, like, burst hits, such that I think Tignari, I guess we can check this, you know, let's see if it happens. Let's see if it works. I think Tignari can get this passive with just skill burst. And then after you trigger the passive, the whole team gets a buff of 100 EM, and EM buffs are quite rare. That's a lot of EM. So the teams where this is most relevant is the 100 EM, but the attack percent is also there. So 100 EM and 20% attack is quite good. There is a slight funny aspect that many people don't know about, which is that this is the same buff type. So where it's the Millennia Movement, I think, effect or whatever, or I don't know. It's the same buff type as Freedom Sworn. So these do not stack. I think whatever one you activated last will override the previous one. And Freedom Sworn's buff is, generally speaking, worse, significantly worse than Elegy. Which is a funny anti-synergy when they give, like, different stats, but it's because they're the same, like, buff category. So of the mini effects of millennial movement, buffs of the same type will not stack. Is there any other weapon that does a millennial movement? Yeah, millennial movement. I don't think there is. I think it's only Freedom Sword and Elegy. Yeah, it's kind of goofy. I don't understand why they chose to do that. I think it's because like they were gonna make it a whole. They had to be like a whole class of weapons or whatever. And like I get it. They weren't trying to balance things, but like it's a bit weird. Anyways, oh, Eula's signature. Yeah, that was the other one. Is this weapon worse than Skyward Heart for Tignari? Probably. I'm not gonna say strongly yes, because it, ultimately, of course I don't have energy. I'm not gonna say strongly yes, because ultimately it will depend on your character. Your artifacts, not your character. Mostly. What is the duration on this? 20 seconds. Okay. Wait, actually, how long does the sigils take to expire? God dang it. You not gain sigils for 20. Okay, it's fine. I just want to make sure the sigils expire. Gotta get our energy back. What am I doing? Well, hold your horses. It's gonna take a second. I don't have anyone on Fab here. Actually, wait, I can do this. Chevrolet will refund some energy. There we go. Alright, trying to wait quick. Wait for the sigils to expire. So what we want to see is the buff trigger, and it has a little animation that will happen, so it's pretty easy to see when the buff triggers, which is nice. Lots of weapons in the game, and it's not super obvious, or lots of buffs in the game, it's not super obvious if you trigger the buff properly. Is it still Healer Varesa? She was briefly before when I started the stream, but I put her back on a normal build because I wanted to show my artifacts I got. Yes, I heard about the HSR global passive. Yeah, it's an interesting weapon for Sathos too, for sure.
All right, let's finish this fast. Let's nip that in the bud.
Yep, that's what I figured. Although, should I test it in single target? I probably should. I probably should. Really? There we go. Probably go checking single target. We can just use this thing. $4,843 was the biggest numbers I saw. We were not testing damage here. We were testing whether or not he can trigger the passive with just a skill and burst.
One with the force. I'll uproot you. Keep up.
That time he didn't. Okay, so it was an AOE he managed, because I think one of his skills hit multiple enemies. Kind of interesting. Ow. Alright. See if we trigger it this time. We don't have any sigils currently. Did it dodge one? It might have, I don't know.
Let's nip that in the bud.
How did I... What? How did I get 0 stacks? Did his burst completely miss? What happened? Definitely going to be pulling on a Scofia's weapon banner. I mean, I would wait until you know what the other weapons are going to be before you decide that. I wonder if it was... It might have been, I guess, there is a limit. You can't gain sigils. After you trigger the effect, you can't gain sigils for 20 seconds. That might have been what happened. What is this team? Then it counts. What is this then? Then it counts as one hit because the burst seems it'll trigger it, cause it 24 hits. So the limitation here is because the effect for gaining the stacks and the sigils can only be triggered once every 0.2 seconds. So if his burst is hitting more, like the initial burst hit happens, right? So what should happen is he should get 2 stacks without that problem, right? He'll get the skill damage stack, and then he'll get the Tanglevine shaft damage, and then the secondary Tanglevine shaft damage is the stuff that all splits off and then homes into enemies, right? That secondary hit, we need to be able to get 2 stacks of it from that. But if all of those Tanglevine, the homing shots, home into enemies, hit within 0.2 seconds, we don't get full stacks, right? Which I think is what we saw against the boss initially, because we only got 3 stacks. We're going to use this thing over here. So, but in AoE, we did get the buff there, right? I think that's just because I think one of the burst shots hit a different enemy potentially, which delayed the timing slightly. No, see, that time I did trigger it. So I think it just might be a little bit variable.
Stop right there. Can't see.
Getting... There we go. I'll wait a second for the buff to go away, because I think that's what might be what happened with the boss before. Don't kill him. What if I need the drops?
Keep up.
Alright. Should be long enough. Slap.
Let's nip that in the butt.
No, I got it again. Okay. So it might have just been a fluke with the boss with jank hitbox situations.
Drop your weapons. One with the force.
Do it one more time. The 4,669 triggered the second stack? Yeah. Hello, friend. Wait for whatever buff I have going away. That might be the Elegy buff or something. What buff do I have going right now, actually? Whatever it was, it's gone. Alright, blap.
I'll uproot you.
Yeah, we're gonna get pretty consistently. So, yeah, point being, Elegy should be a pretty usable weapon on him. I'm not gonna say, I'm gonna say it's better than Skyward Harp, because he does be a crit DPS, and he might just appreciate the crit stats more than anything. But also you tend to play Tignari in, like, for example, you do like Tignari Yai teams, and Yai will gain a not insignificant damage increase from Elegy buff as well, right? So
Keep up.
it giving, 160 EM plus a little bit of attack, plus having high base attack, and the ER, depending on the team context, if you're doing solo Dendro Tignari, the ER might be, depending on artifacts, enabling you to get consistent bursts. So I don't know. But it's going to be a bit tricky to build him. I'm not going to recommend Elegy for him over just a crit static weapon, but it's a very interesting option. And it's an illustration of it can be a usable weapon. As a DPS weapon in some circumstances, not just as a buffing potential weapon, right? It's good on Fischl because it will 100% solve Fischl's energy needs. Well, assuming Fischl's C6. It won't. Fischl has higher energy needs without C6. It will 100% solve Fischl's energy needs, for example, and just give Fischl a bunch of beneficial stats for teams that you can use Fischl in. But not always. It won't be as good. If I'm using Fischl in a Shivers team, for example, it'll be meaningfully worse than Skyward Harp for Fischl's personal damage. But it's a very interesting option on a lot of characters, so it's a very valuable weapon. But I will say that because of the fact that I have had other 5-star static weapons, such as Skyward Harp on my Fischl, when I got Elegy, I have found it less impactful than it otherwise would have been if I had less other 5-star weapons, right? I think it's at its highest value if you don't have many other options for higher investment, right? So yeah, I didn't mean to go here. And then Shallona's weapon is mostly for Shallonen. I mean, you can use it on Albedo as well as an interesting option. You could use it on Giori as an interesting option, for sure, for their damage and for having them buff a little bit. I think it is interesting for them, for turning them into more valuable units as well. But mostly it's a weapon for Shallonen, right? And The main thing I can say, I'm probably gonna record a video tomorrow, I think, talking about Chilonen C2. And it's probably just gonna be me yapping, saying, yeah, I don't. Here's some context where, like, yeah, Chilonen C2 can make a difference, but like realistically, the most relevant thing Chilonen C2 is gonna do is keep her relevant longer. Like, Chilonen C2 is enough, especially in conjunction with her signature weapon, to make her, you know, potentially. Like I could consider doing an Escoffier team where I shove Chilonen into a Escoffier team, because I won't lose that much red shred. I gain the crit damage buff, but it's not necessarily worth the team slot to do that per se, because like if I'm doing, let's say if I'm doing Ayaka, Escoffier, Shenhe, Farina, who do I replace in that team to utilize the 60% crit damage for Ayaka, right? And Escoffier. Well, you don't replace Farina, that's for sure. So you replace Shenhe, but like Shenhe's buffing value is quite high in an Escoffier team with 3 cryo units, right? So, and it increases the energy needs of Escoffier, and you know, so like, and it's a little, and Ayaka potentially. So even with C2, it's like I'm not even confident like you'll want to shove a C2 Chilonen into an Escoffier team, right? Which in my opinion is evidence of why you probably shouldn't go for these, because if they're just gonna release niche units that are better than, you know, getting the constellation for cryo crit damage, it's like, yeah. So I really don't think this is worthwhile, but it's weird because like Chilonen has very generic, like this is, it's just gonna make Chilonen more of a relevant choice over other options, even if they release these niche units that are better than her in her base kit. So, can I please review your account? Maybe in a little bit. I might do some unit reviews. So, point is, I think the cryo crit damage is one of the best things here, and it's overrated. Like you're saying, gimme the 60% crit damage, Mitsu. It's overrated. I'd say the one context where this probably still makes sense is, I guess, like a Melt Risley probably really appreciate it. You probably notice it for Melt Ganyu. But then, like, Escoffier teams, without needing a C2 of a constellation on a limited 5-star, is going to give you is going to give you more value. And most people don't necessarily, like, most people are probably going to prefer like a Ganyu Escoffier team. Like a Ganyu Escoffier team is probably going to be about as good as Melt Ganyu now, right? And that's good, like, for giving Ganyu more team options. Sweet. It's not really going to make Ganyu herself do that much more damage, but her team will do more damage. Voldemort, take me, indeed. Point being, like, overrated. But the Electro thing is still a really interesting gimmick. I don't know if I will make a dedicated video about it or not, or if I will just try to feature a team that does something with this in the Chilonen C2 video that I record tomorrow. But I'm going to yap about how the Geo one is overrated, because the Geo samples being active all the time, in my opinion, basically don't matter, because of the fact that she can't, even when her Geo samples are active all the time, like, oh, now you can do Mono Geo. Sure, cool, but she can't heal. So being able to do Mono Geo is barely relevant. The damage bonus is cool. More options for buffing Geo. Sweet. The attack percent buff for Pyro barely matters because you have better attack buffing options. The Electro buff is really hard to get utilization from because of the fact that this is only like reducing burst cooldown on Electro units, but not reducing burst cooldown on other units on the team that aren't Electro. Makes it really hard to make rotations that actually can utilize this. So it's basically just like I think it's simultaneously in some ways still her most valuable one, because of how often, you know, you have situations where it's just like, ugh, I don't have energy on this character and I need energy on my character. Like, you might appreciate it for that utility kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know, right? And then the crit damage one I already yapped about for cryo, right? And like you should probably prioritize getting a Escoffier for your cryo DPSing over getting C2 Chilonen. But the signature weapon is much cheaper than getting C2, right? And I also like that this is a signature weapon that you can very easily get the full value out of without leveling it to 90. I really like that because one of the annoying arse things about signature weapons, or sorry, not signature, but just 5-star weapons in general, is that they cost more to level. They cost 50% more to level than 4-star weapons, and 4-star weapons cost more than 3-star weapons. So, like, I don't know. This is a really good support banner. Is kind of my point. If you already have Shilonen, is my overall vibe. But should you wish for the weapons on it versus saving your wishes for new characters? Generally speaking, no. New characters is better than getting weapons, doing high investment things. But again, if your priorities are that you just want to improve some specific teams, maybe it is worth considering more. Shilonen is in a weird case right now where her weapon, I feel like, arguably, just as Shilonen because of the fact that Shilonen herself is going to be, it seems like she's going to be slowly pushed out as being like best in slot, right? Like Shilonen's still going to be a very compelling generic buffer, and this makes her more of a very compelling generic buffer. Although it's worth mentioning, by the way, same thing with Elegy. It is not just 100% gain when you like use Elegy over Fav or use Peak Paw Patrol song over Fav on Shilonen. You lose the energy value for the team. Like there is this weird downside with 5-star weapons, even when they're good buffing weapons, in that losing Fav is a significant downside. So whenever Jeff does something weird in his stream, he usually complains about your videos poisoning him. Yeah, I know. I'm apparently brain rot for Jeff. So my overall vibe is like, as always, like weapons are of questionable value, even with weapon banner being better nowadays since version 5.0. I can tell you that I definitely noticed having Paw Patrol on her more than having C2. Like I tested C0 Shilonen, and then I tested C0 Shilonen with signature weapon, and then tested, C2. I've noticed her signature weapon more often than anything. One thing I really like about her signature weapon, this is universal damage bonus. It's technically all elemental damage bonus, which is even better than universal damage bonus in some contexts, or mostly snapshot in context. But anyways, the notable thing with it being all element damage bonus is that normally, like, say you're doing a team with Shilonen and Emily together, right? Like I like to play Emily, Mawika, Clorind, Shilonen. I put Shilonen on, that's why she's on instructors. This is where I've been using Shilonen the most lately. And in that team, Shilonen, of course, her Red Shred she does Red Shred for Geo, Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, and Electro, right? She does not do Red Shred for Dendro. So she's buffing Emily, she's not buffing Emily, right? Except she is buffing Emily with her signature weapon a little bit. That's nice. It's nice. It's a difference maker that I think, like, if I didn't have her signature weapon, I think it's likely that I would prefer Eon-san instead of Shilonen for that Chlorine team, but because I do have her signature weapon, I prefer this. And C2 in that team, by the way, barely has an effect. It buffs the attack percent. I'm weak a little bit, but yeah. This constellation would be so much better if it was just, it gives you these buffs for the whole team. If it was 45% attack percent, just by having a Pyro unit in the team, so much better, right? If it was like, yeah, use Mawika and Shilonen together, in that Clorinde Emily team, and also Clorinde and Emily get the 45% attack, and not just Mawika, would be so much better. But it's not. It's only the Pyro unit gets it, right? Like imagine how fun the Cryo buff would be if you could give 60% crit damage to every unit in the team just by having a Cryo unit paired with Shilonen. That would change the conversation so significantly. So, anyways. Do you have enough def to max the weapon? 4-star pieces are rough stat-wise. Yup, you only need 2,900 defense. So the reason you only need about 2,900 defense, this is with a level 70 weapon, with 4-star weapons, right? With an ER timepiece. Like, it's so easy to max out this buff. It's so easy to max out this buff. But anyways, what was it saying? Oh yeah. So you technically need like 3,200 defense if you do the math on like how much you need. Like you get 1,000. You can get up to 25.6% damage bonus, 8% per 1,000 defense. that maps out to 3,200 defense. But a lot of people, I got Zajef on this actually a few weeks ago, where Zajef looked at, I think he looked at my Shalona with this build and he's like, oh, you don't have enough defense on your Shalona with signature weapon. I was like, nope, I do. You only need 2,900 because people forget that, one, you get defense from this that triggers, that does not show up in her stat screen here. So you get defense from this after you activate her skill normal attack. And then you also get defense from her passive. Not that, you get defense from here. So you actually have lower defense needs than people even realize, I think, with this weapon, with using this weapon. So it's very, very easy to get her to have enough defense. I actually have a lower defense build on my 4-piece scroll build on her, because my 4-piece scroll build, I normally put her on a healing bonus circlet. So I have ER timepiece, Death Goblet, healing bonus circlet, and still have enough defense, right? So, anyways. No, you don't need any amount of defense if you don't have her signature weapon. She has 0 stat needs. One of the valuable things about Shalonen, you know, like, I think this character is still very relevant for her generic utility. I think there's extremely high value, especially of like the information about the new endgame that's like Deadly Assault in Zenless. If that happens, right? If Deadly Assault Genshin edition comes out where we need 3 different teams, this significantly improves the value of any character in the game that has a lot of flexibility to be used in different teams for utility, for buffing utility especially. So, anyways, point being, Shalona's very good, and like, she might, as time goes on, become not best in slot in very many teams at all. But her generic utility, she's still balanced well enough that her generic utility is very high. And the value of going higher investment on her with signature weapon or C2 is that just makes her even more appealing as a generic utility buffer. But I don't really think it's that worth it. What is Deadly Assault? So basically what it seems like, it might be, this is unconfirmed information, this is not confirmed to be coming for the game. But this event, if you've done this, this event, but where like clearing the rewards is going to be recurring, and you need 3 separate teams to fight like 3 different bosses, kind of thing, right? Is what it would be. And there's some ways that Zenless, if they configure it like they do in Zenless, it's much less awful than you might think it is. But it depends on how they balance the actual clear thresholds. If it's balanced kind of like this is, where getting the Primogem rewards just requires, you know, a small amount of, like I suspect, to be clear, the end game combat mode of this, the permanent mode of this, would probably be harder than this event is for just getting the Primogems. But we'll see how they balance it ultimately. I don't know. Point being, if they balance anything like they do in Zenless, it shouldn't be that hard to get the main rewards. And it's going to be a question of, do you have enough options for configuring teams? Because a lot of characters have overlap in what kinds of buffers they want to use. So I think like this hypothetical game mode where you'd have to have 3 separate teams would significantly increase the value. And I already say that I think the thing that makes characters most relevant is how versatile they are. But I think this would significantly increase the value of characters that are versatile. Both for on-field DPSs, but more importantly, in my opinion, for supports that are versatile, and for off-field DPSs that are versatile. So, yeah. Is this a real leak or speculation? I mean, what is a real leak? What does a real leak mean? I don't know. I don't know the person that said this information. No, it wouldn't surprise me if this was just some person that has leaked information about Genshin before, upcoming content in Genshin before, and then just like it doesn't seem to be a coincidence that they decided to send out this information that supposedly a new endgame mode might exist that is extremely similar to the current event. Like, yeah, like they could have said but they could have said that, you know, during the last patch, right, with the tower event. What if they said, oh, there's going to be an endgame combat, a permanent endgame combat mode. It's like the tower event with 30-second challenges. Yay. Right? This is much better. This would be a much better for endgame content, right? Deadly Assault is bad. Never gotten a single star. That's interesting. I think most people find Deadly Assault to be really enjoyable in Zenless. And to be clear, it's not the only endgame mode in Zenless, but I don't know what your investment is in your Zenless account, Dr. Pepper. There's a lot of skill expression that you can have in Zenless, more skill expression than you can have in Genshin. So I'm more concerned with how they balance it in Genshin than Zenless, because like I can clear with pretty, bad characters in Zenless with Deadly Assault with full rewards. And I'm talking like full 9 stars in Deadly Assault. 9 stars in Deadly Assault. You don't have to 9-star in Deadly Assault to get the full Prima Gems. You only need to 2-star in each floor to get the full Prima Gem rewards in Zenless in that mode. And I would hope they're going to structure a similar thing. It would be the equivalent of like, if we use this event as a baseline, like getting a gold medal in this permanent mode might give you all the Prima Gem rewards, and then you get a little bit of Mora for the platinum medal, right? Like it's a lot more difficult in Zenless to get the 3-star than it is the 2-star. I would generally say. And I would hope they structure it the same in Genshin, where like there's a reward for trying to clear past the baseline reward threshold, but it's nowhere. It's like it's not like something you're gonna feel pressure to do for rewards that badly, right? It's gonna be something you want to do. So, anyways, why are boss layers so low HP? I don't know. So in Zenless, bosses have a similar thing where they have multiple HP bars, but their HP bars are definitely way more tanky than they put in this event, where this event they have like what 20k HP per bar or something stupid. Don't focus on the HP bar. Pretend the HP bar in this event is just points, right? That's what Zenless does. Zenless converts like the amount of damage you're doing to points. And Zenless also has gimmicks. So this is a key difference that might happen as far as like this event versus what Zenless's endgame Deadly Assault mode is like. The bosses they include have selectable buffs that you choose, so you choose different buffs, and then the bosses also have gimmicks interfacing with whatever the boss does that gets you extra points. So, for example, one of the bosses right now specifically incentivizes like doing, I believe, defensive assist. So I believe that's parrying. But they've had the same boss in this mode before, where you got, instead of bonus of points from parrying, it was the same as that boss, but you got bonus points for clearing, right? So that would help you get the rewards for dodging instead of parrying. Dodging versus parrying is a different action, right? So you could use the same team or different teams that are different amounts of better against the same boss on different implementations because of how they configured those buffs and that incentivization. It would be interesting if they did something similar in Genshin as far as that system goes, where the same boss could have different incentivizations to play differently. But I don't know if they're going to do that. That's an unknown. They didn't implement anything like that in this. They have buffs going, but this isn't buffs you select. This is just buffs you get. So I don't know. Point being, I am actually, if they implement this as an endgame mode in Genshin, I'm optimistic. And it changes the formula for how relevant different characters are. And I think actually makes Shalona is still a good character, regardless of the fact that, like, yeah, technically Eon-san can be better for Moika than Shalonen. But, like, that's more of, like, a spreadsheet thing, ultimately. In practice, many people will still prefer Shalonen for Moika than Eon-san, because Shalonen will be better at getting Moika's burst back quicker, right? Like if you use Eon-san, Bennett, Sitlali, Moika, instead of Shalonen, Bennett, Sitlali with Moika, and you go into, like, you use your burst to clear the end of a chamber, and then you have no energy on your Moika the next chamber. Well, Shalonen is going to help you get your burst back properly, whereas, like, Eon-san may make it so you don't get your burst back. So, like, in practice, it's one of those things, like, right, spreadsheet-wise, yeah, Eon-san is better than Shalonen. C0, right, like, not signature weapon factored in or anything on Shalonen. But in practice, it's not necessarily actually the case, right? And most people would probably still likely prefer Shalonen if they have her over Eon-san, but Eon-san is a very, very compelling alternative. And that's more important than, like, the specific delineation of, like, yes, this character is 10k DPS better. This is an example of why, like, I focus on what the in-practice vibe is. And yeah, I don't care. Call me out for fields crafting. I think fields crafting and how teams actually result in different clear times matters more than what the different damage is on a spreadsheet. So anyways, point being, like, this game mode should help Shalonen have even more relevance, and it should help balance out different aspects of them releasing like new overpowered units. Like you could argue right now in the current context of the game, if you pulled for Varesa, why would you play Clorinde? Like I think that you can make an argument that yeah, why would, like, ignoring personal preference of you liking one character or another, right? Just on like how they deal damage, how much damage they deal, and if that's your focus of like convenience of clearing damage. Both of these characters feel good to play in different ways, I would say, in my experience. But like Varesa is just kind of stronger than Clorinde, but she has a little bit fewer team options. But Varesa's, like, while she has fewer team options, Varesa still works in like kind of all the same teams that Clorinde works, generally speaking. So I don't know, like there's overlap here potentially, but having a game mode that wants 3 teams gives more relevance to having both Clorinde and Varesa, right? You could do like a Clorinde aggravate team and then a Varesa overload team for 2 of the 3 bosses, for example, in this game mode. And so I think that's potentially a good thing. Like, yes, it's going to potentially be higher investment to clear than Abyss by nature, requiring more teams. But the game's been out long enough. There's enough characters in the game. I think this actually has the potential to give more reason to use older characters and will help with power creep problems. As I've said before, I think Genshin's power creep problem is in many ways more of a content problem than it is a power creep problem. So yeah, although I do think the extent to which they've been power creeping is a bit excessive. But it's really only specific offenders. Anyways, yeah. So why was I yapping about this? Oh yeah, someone asked about the weapon banner forever ago. And also I started just talking about Shalonen's value. Shalonen is a pretty good character. If you're on the fence about pulling her because of the wishy-washiness of her having reduced value, I think she's a pretty safe get still. I think it's unlikely many people would regret getting Shalonen. But I definitely can't say the same of recommending pulling Constellations or her signature weapon. Although her signature weapon is much cheaper than her Constellations, and I think it's more likely you will notice the value of the signature weapon than other things, but use your wishes wisely, right? So, yes, we're calling it Paw Patrol because it's funny to call it Paw Patrol. I don't know. PPS, Paw Patrol song. And because isn't Paw Patrol's like, right, I haven't actually watched any Paw Patrol. I know of it, but it's a children's cartoon, right? That I believe has like a bunch of singing. So the fact that it's called Patrol Song, I'm just assuming it has singing because it's like, yeah. So Paw Patrol song, like, yeah. Anyways, you can watch 2.0 preview trailer. You mean Zenless? I already watched it, but you know what? We don't need to watch it, but I can show you one frame of it. Because you know, I can't really, I would like to, I could talk about Zenless for a while. But ZZ, I bet if I just Google ZZ, it'll pop up. No, it doesn't. Oh wait, no, it did. I found it. By the way, I thought this trailer was kind of underwhelming for what it's worth. Loud. I thought this trailer was kind of underwhelming. Because it was mostly just an advertisement for characters. And as far as advertisement for characters upcoming in a gacha game goes, they mostly just showed like the backs of characters. Like, ooh, there's a panda boy. And look, I look forward to Panda being playable. That seems fun. I want to play as a panda. I hope the character is good. I don't care if they're A rank or S rank. They just need to be a good character in some form. Like, have an interesting kit. Look, main characters getting skins? What? Crazy. Anyways, where's, oh yeah, like what is this advertisement? Like, oh look, it's more edgy life. Loud, sorry. Jesus Christ. That hurt my ears. It hurt yours too, I'm sorry.
Yet true calamity
like,
lies within the city itself.
Like, come on. You could showcase your characters better than this.
Calamity.
Anyways, more importantly, yeah, here's a inevitably I'm probably gonna like this character because I like troll characters. But look at this. There's a big robot. There's a big robot and also Dragon Girl. And also they're both Oboe Squad. Like, these are any of the characters I showed off, I'm probably pulling these characters. There's a big robot. Like, and you might be like, they can't possibly have a giant model like character in the game. That'd be way too big. You haven't seen Ben in Zenless if you think they can't. They're gonna do it.
Don't be afraid
And it's gonna
to
be a
make
big
mistakes.
robot, and it's
It's
gonna
all
be
part
great.
of the learning process.
Anyways, yeah, Dragon Girl's design looks great. You wanted whose design is a failure? Like, this character looks fine in some bits of her art. Like, yeah, she here. Can you show your okay? Yi Xuan, I think is her name. Like, she's got like a pretty nice design there. And then like you see her like 3D model, or you see like what this freaking trailer started with. Let's see. Like come on.
Unfortunate. This would be a
Like
perfect place.
really. Like she, like. It's so bad. I honestly think she might be one of the most like bad proportions, just bad proportions, and like some instances of her art look fine, like this, but then what we've seen of her actual in-game model, it just looks very off. Her arms look noodle. Just yeah, she's made by a deviant artist. I'm sorry, they did not cook with this character's design. I think it's I've seen a lot of that sentiment, to be clear. I think it's very likely they end up like rebalancing some proportions in the beta for Zenless. But anyways, Booba too big. Yeah, that's the simplest solution, is at least shrink the balloons. But like she actually quite literally just like have you seen those people, right, that have like comically large boobs because they just have like the implants or whatever, and they're just like, and they know that they don't look natural, and those people are like, yeah, I don't need it to look natural, I just want them to be giant. That's what that character looks like, right? It looks terrible. It looks terrible. But like someone like Evelyn, like yeah, you can like the Evelyn body type. I think Evelyn looks like fine, not my preference, but like I think it looks fine, just like a little bit overly big. But then this character, just like the proportions look bad. They look bad. Anyways, like it's one thing of like not my preference, but I think they actively look bad, and I've seen on this character from what we've seen. And it's not as bad in that trailer because it's, you know, stylized, artistic, but like they're also doing a focus on it, and this is my point of showing that like first clip, and it's just like, come on. Maybe it's gonna make them money, but I've seen a lot of like actually like people that think the character looks a bit goofy. Am I body shaming right now? Look, can I be allowed to body shame an anime girl because I'm judging the design of an anime girl? I'm not body shaming people in real life. If you want to choose to have booby implants that look silly, you can do that. It's your life, your body. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna be attracted to it, I can tell you that. But like, you could do that. Anyways, you want me to be attracted to you? Dress up in a suit. Anyways, sorry. Anywho's, Miyabi was changed a lot. Yeah. So like, it wouldn't surprise me if they change her a little bit, but it depends on, I think, the larger community reaction. Anyways, this has been a heck of a yap stream so far. Did I miss the unit review? No, I might do unit reviews in a second here. What am I doing here? You know what I'm gonna do? Sometimes when turning on the fan causes some weird static to happen. I don't know why this happens. And hopefully this doesn't happen when I move out of this place, but point is, whatever static you hear, if you hear it, is or whatever weird zappy sound, I don't know, hopefully it won't hear. Alright, there we go. I turned on the fan. It is, why is it, what? Wait, it's not turning on. It's spinning extremely slowly. I put it on max. That's not gonna help. I'm getting a little bit warm in the room. Why is it not turning? Well, okay. I can't solve this problem now. Anywho's. Oh, what do we want to play the video game? Do we want to play the video game? Do we do that here? Or do we just yap about video game? Oopsies. Holy cow, the fan is so loud. Is it? Because it's spinning at like 1 RPM. I'm not kidding. And I don't know why. It's spinning at 1 RPM. So that would be impressive. And it's annoying me because I wanted it to cool down. So anyway, I don't think it's possible to hear it because I don't think it's making a sound. Anywho's, what team can I build with Varesa? I think your obvious choices are Overload, or you can do Farina variants. So you do Overload, or you do Farina, Eonson. Pick your poison for the last buffer. Choosing the best one is technically Varesa. You could do Shalonen. You could do Kazuha. Whatever, right? You could do Bennett. So, yep. Anyways. Classic Troll works again. Yeah, indeed. Oh, you know what we should do? So what I have to decide is... We gotta go log to the polearms only very briefly. But what I have to decide is... Should I do some exploration? No, I clicked the wrong thing. I might have already done this week, by the way. I don't remember. I did. Okay, well, never mind. What I have to decide is if I want to do like more exploration or questing / exploration with the Sacred Mountain. Or actually, I don't know. Do you guys want to see me? So I can do unit reviews, right? But I also kind of want to do this, mostly for these. Stupid as it is, that's the reason. So maybe I could do the Varesa quest. Build Pyro Traveler. It's on the list for something to do for a video. I'll probably level 90 them. Yeah, I'll probably level 90 Traveler for it. Because I want to do... The primary thing I want to mess with is some, like, off-field reaction shenanigans. So, yeah. Varesa quest was so long. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna say no then. Say no then. Okay, let's go log into polearms really quick. Oh, you know what? Oh, crap. You know what I have to do? I haven't done it. I haven't done this event of polearms only. It's over in 12 hours. I'm probably not going to bother with the rest of this quest, by the way. It's probably like a wish I'm wasting. And I know there's a crown given at the third quest. But, like, I don't know. I don't crown enough on this account to care. And I think it's kind of cringe that they put the crown behind a quest. I've heard the quest is not that long. I know. I just don't feel like it. Story's very good, though. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. Look, guys. Either I have to do it right now, or it's cute AF. Okay. I'd have to do it right now, or I'm gonna have to like stay up late to do it tonight. Animation was peak. Okay. I'll try to do it. But yeah, anyways, I don't need the crown. Safe to say, is my point. What do I have for Voldemort materials? I think it's Justice, if I recall. Yeah, okay. I have enough to take her to, yeah, okay. I will probably take her burst to 6 and her skill to 8 and nothing else on Escoffier is my intention. Well, maybe I'll take her burst to 8 if I... No, I have a C2 free, and it won't matter. What is she heal? Let me double check. What is Escoffier's healing at level 6 burst? Let's do some math. I already know the multipliers are higher enough that it doesn't really matter. But let me look this up. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm okay. As far as, like, if you're wanting the title, I, like, just, you know, just normal human struggles of trying to be... There's many things in my life I think I should be... Thank you for clapping. I think I could do better with, both on a content level for, you know, my channel and work, whatever. But also just other than that. So at level 6, so level 10, Escoffier's healing is 309% of her attack plus 2,300.
There's a lot
At level 6, it's 240% plus 1700. But notably, she has a passive that restores HP based on a percentage of her attack. And that does not increase with burst level, that's just a passive. And that's where a large chunk of Escofia's healing can come from, because that's going to proc Farina Ascension 4 passive a lot, especially. So, like, for your on-fielder, you barely have to have the burst level at all. The main reason to level Escofia's burst is, one, for the damage instance, because of the fact that it's like a 1000% multiplier. It's a 1067% multiplier at level 10. Again, these numbers could change, by the way, keep that all in mind. It's 830% at level 6. I'd be fine leaving at level 6. I'm not going to be too worried about it. If I want to do, I don't know. The only reason I would level her burst maybe to level 8 is if I want to do some kind of... Oh, honestly, okay. Her skill scalings, like from level 8 to level 10 on Escoffier, the main damage contribution is her frozen parfait damage. It goes from 192% to 216%. You know, across the full like 20 hits she gets, it's not nothing. But man, that's not much. Especially, yeah. Anyway, that's not much. Especially because like towards the latter half, you're not necessarily gonna have that be buffed, where in the beginning before it was. So point is, if you leave Escoffier at level 6 burst, and she has, if we're being pessimistic and assuming she only has 2000-ish attack, I think she's gonna have more than that. Especially on my build, because I'm gonna use a purposely worse build that'll have more attack. So you know what? I'm gonna assume 2500. 2500 times 240 times 2.408 plus 1700. That's 7700 healing. Multiplied by like 1.1 for Farina healing bonus, we'll say. That's about 8000 healing to the whole team. So enough to heal any non-tanky unit, generally speaking, from 50% HP to full, right? So it'll be fine. Because you have her on-field healing on top of that, that will proc a bunch, and then proc Farina's A4, which should keep any character healed. So yeah, I think you can pretty safely, generally speaking, probably leave Escoffier burst at level 6, but if you're going to use her a lot, you should probably take it to level 8 at least. So anyways. Machine gun Varesa with Chongyun. What does that mean? She's not a bow unit. What does that mean, Mitsu? Appreciate any healing, like a small amount from Eon's under proc weapons that require healing. Yeah. But Escoffier is like not a little bit of healing. It's like she's an ideal healer for Farina. And she's ideal. And my point with doing that math was that she is ideal enough. She's ideal enough. Sorry. I saw a button that said sound the horn. I sounded the horn. That you don't necessarily need to level her burst much. But my case is a little bit different because I'm not going to need to be as concerned about perfect healing amounts, also because I have C2 Farina, right? One of the privileges of C2 Farina is that you can invest less in your healing and be fine. Anywho's, just want to spam anything? Ah, I see. I mean, I don't know. We can go do... I was going to log into Polearms only, but sure. Let's go try Superconduct. Sure, I haven't tried this yet. Let's go try Superconduct. Claim my expeditions. Superconduct, Varesa. What do we do? So we do Silali, Varesa. Should we just do Shalonin? I think we just do Shalonin to buff the cryo superconduct damage and whatever. I don't know who's actually going to be triggering. No, it should be if we're doing official Varesa. Sitlali should be the one triggering superconduct. So sure, let's try superconduct. Oh boy. Why did I come here? Oh yeah, I went to claim the expeditions. With her 1 Electro every 9 years. Well, that's why we'll use official too. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. We should put Sitlali on. Not that. What happened to... Yeah, we're going to do this. And then do this. But all right, there we go. All right, sack frigs. What do you? You don't have your high ER piece. I don't need the high ER piece, but I should put you back. Ah, yes. I should put you back on the high ER piece regardless. All right. Okay. Oron could work better. Yeah. Maybe? I don't know. You might not be wrong. I'm assuming you mean Oron is official. Just Oron doesn't last very long. Can superconduct handle these? I mean, Electro should be fine for that. Cryo should be good for this. Alright, screw it. We can try a full run through. Oh boy. For what it's worth, if Varesa ends up being the one triggering the superconducts, that is not ideal. We shall see though. And if I had more confidence in Varesa's Electro application, we could use Eons on it instead of official here, but I don't. So I'm not going to. Sounds more like yeah, that'll be fine. Well, and we do Sitlali after in order. Yeah, so we do like this into this into. I don't have anyone on scroll here. I should put Shalona on scroll. No, we're doing superconduct. Shalona can stay on instructor. You know what, I think I'm just trying to instructors really doesn't make sense. It muddles the rotation. Yeah, I'm just gonna do you into Sitlali into Varesa. Okay. And wouldn't official steal superconducts? No, the idea is to have underlying electro in order for all of Sitlali's cryo to trigger a superconduct. We'll see how well it works out because it's going to be a little sus. But I think it might work. Anyways, on the second side, I don't know, just do DPS Lanya. Is it going to work on the second side? I don't think I've done DPS Lanya on the second side of this. Okay, we might not be able to do the automaton because yay for cringe automaton mechanics, but it'll be fine for the other chambers. Mitsu brain rot. I mean, yeah. Look, I'm down for superconduct memes, so we doing superconduct memes with our upgraded official build. Alright, that was dumb. Oh, good, we're keeping Electro on it. Oh, I forgot to do the second skill on Sitlali. That was my bad. I don't. You know, I'm gonna redo that because our cryo ended way too early. Why are you targeting over there? I could have just bursted there. I thought it was a waste. Yeah, I should have bursted there. Oops. God dang it. Okay. But just burst, dude. Just burst. I was trying to rely on the extra skill with the cooldown coming. Yep. Whatever, it's fine. Skill took him. That's the problem with Sacrilegs on Sitlali. I did it again! That really bungled it. Oh my god, whatever. I give up. Playing terribly, it's fine. Oh, I separate them. Oops. Okay. Ah, crap. Let's just deal with this one first. It's not. I would say this is not an ideal team for clearing this. I need to do that. Alright. Wow. Wow.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
Everybody stand! Too late for regret! Have fun
The
with it!
show's only just begun.
Closing in, at least.
Nice.
Time to shine! Shower you! Dare to mess with me? Swift is the
Man, Lanya's so fun. Steam plays such a nice way.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand! We'll see about that! Open fire! Up and away!
Wow. Think I can clear chamber 3? I don't know. It's gonna be real sus. Because without a Natlan unit to speed up the pillar phase, it's really, really hard to clear chamber 3. It's the most awful Natlan requirement they've done so far by far. Really skill? What happened? Why did I... what did I do wrong there? Oh, whatever. I should just restart rotation from there, I think.
Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of Eastling! Headbutt! Look out below! Wings of darkness!
Yes, I guess.
Time to end
Yep,
them!
yep.
Show no mercy! Kapow! Hero incoming!
Okay, force. You know, we're still getting pretty good damage on Varesa, all things considered. What am I doing? I should... Oh, am I not restarting rotation? Being stupid. Being stupid is fine.
Get to work! Suffer the wrath of Eastling!
Is the Jeff just still streaming? Should we go pester the Jeff and tell him I cleared the superconduct Varesa and DPS Lanya? I want to. Okay, if we clear in the third chamber, I will. We'll go pester the Jeff. That was dumb, by the way. Just wasted a lot of time. Just please die. Are you serious? Ah! I really wish I didn't bungle that initial thing there. That really wasted a lot of time. Bam. Alright, that was a minute and 55 seconds. By the way, for what it's worth, part of the reason that took so long is Fischl's Ascension 4 passive does not hit the stupid thing. It does not hit the main boss. Like it's a bug that's existed forever since that enemy has existed. It just does not hit it. So that's actively like a lot harder to clear than it otherwise should be because of that. Alright, the goal here would be to kill Azamon, or not kill, to kill his things. That's why I'm waiting. Ah, crap, I'm gonna... God dang it, man, it did the wrong one. Ah! Okay, so there is a way to deal with Azamon here without Electro, is my point. We might still succeed regardless, we'll see. This. I don't don't think we're going to. God dang it. Yeah, I think we're gonna. So if it spawned the spinny ones, really? Please, okay.
We'll see about that. Going in. Have fun with this gift. Dare to mess.
No, we're not going to. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, if we kill Asmongold, is that what people call this boss sometimes? If it spawns the spinny blades, we can do this. I'm pretty sure, because we need to. If it spawns the spinny blades, you can kill the spinning blades before it actually goes invisible. If you time your damage right, get all your buffs going, whatever right, and then it will skip the initial invisibility phase. It'll probably still go invisible once, but it should be doable. Oop, what am I doing? Oh, okay, well, bye. Okay. This is better. Can you go to your next phase? You're wasting so much time. Bro, wasted 10 seconds of doing things when I... Okay, it's gonna... That's...
Show no mercy. Lolline, these papa, get him.
Hi, that was bad. God dang it. Frick. Ah. That was not great, but yeah. DJ, are you as the Jeff mod? But hello, DJ. Alright. This. Goss. I did that too early. Crap. No. I did that way too early. I haven't had to do this in a while. No. Crap. Is it still doable? Wait. Is it still doable? I don't think it is. I think I bungled that. Oh, I was hoping to get there. Make sure to get energy. Oh no. 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 Okay, I could have bursted there, I know, but I didn't want to use a burst because, like, the third chamber is going to be hard. I did not want to be on a bad energy situation with the third chamber, so I need to have it better clear than that. If that wasn't a factor, it wouldn't have mattered. I would have just bursted. Wait, why am I in chamber 3? My brain just autopilot. No! Okay. We don't actually know if I 3-starred or not. I know the clock said 6:59, but very often when the clock is on 6:59, it 3 stars? You're saying I didn't 3-star J Strike, but we don't actually know. We can't possibly know. Wait, can we possibly? Is there a way to check? I don't know. Is there a way to check after the fact? I don't think there is. What a cope! Look, it's not my fault. The game does it. You can look it up. You can find footage of people that the clock is at 6:59 and it says they got 3 stars. Because I had restart before it actually showed the completion thing. We don't know. Leave for now. Oh, does it? Does it show you? Any interest in competing in Genshin tournaments like Abyss Fight Club? It depends on how the tournament is configured, I think. I almost hit abandon. No, it doesn't show. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. So, we do not know. Crap. Well, I'm going to try to do Chamber 3 here. If we feel like it, we can redo Chamber 2. We're going to see how we do in Chamber 2, though. Or Chamber 3. Maybe my energy situation is actually goofed on Frina and Bennett anyways, so maybe I have to redo the chamber. So, only saying Hoya Lab after 2 hours? Ugh, you. Okay. Alt F4 will show me? Thanks. Alright, thanks, me too.
Show no mercy. Keep lolling. Keep papa. Get him. Headbutt. Look out below. Justice o'clock. Yeah. Heads up.
Tourism and posting a speedrun tourney for the 5.4 Abyss? Yeah, I was a side witness to that tournament because of Tars talking to me about his participation in it. Yeah, at least we can stagger this dude permanently. Please die. Okay. Okay, real question. I have no idea. Does Varesa hit this when she's like plunging? Oh, I think she does. She kind of does. Kind of. It's kind of jank. This is what most characters are kind of jank on this thing, to be fair. Okay. Definitely not ideal. Ah, I love how jank this boss's shield is. It's so fun. It's so fun. I love it. It's so good. Wasting like 20 seconds for no benefit. Did I forget to burst? I think I did. I missed a prop. Oops, whatever. Oh my god. Skill issue. Okay. Well. Oh boy. Okay, with these two teams, it's gonna be quite hard to clear with Wanyan. Can you just die it, bro? Are you serious? I just... Kill the superconduct. You okay? Why that title? I'm fine. I'm just a human. Sorry, sorry. Whatever. Anyways, I want to see how DPS Lanyan performs here as a gauge of how much time we're gonna spend here. Title made it sound bad. Why? Describing reality as I am. What have you done so far? What do you mean, what have I done so far? Not what I wanted to do. Like, just normal human feeling of wanting to do more in life than I have done. That's all. Okay, I was not ready for that to happen. So I am not used to this boss doing the timing of this without Natlan units. Is this doable? Oh, is this doable? With the same teams, like. I'm trying to weigh whether or not I want this stream to become optimization of this. Like I went and did superconduct Varesa for the meme of it mostly, because someone suggested it. And now I kind of want to try to clear with superconduct Varesa and this team. Like, I think I can. I haven't done unit reviews yet, sorry. That's why I said if I get bored, I'll do unit reviews. Yeah, good job, Itsu. Do Abyss using only the team comps you used in theater? I mean, that shouldn't be that hard. But that's a decent video idea. Can you really call it superconduct Varesa if it's the trigger? It's a superconduct team. Like, it's not that Varesa is the trigger. And I don't think you genuinely would want Varesa to be the trigger because her electro application is not that good. But if you did something like double cryo, you know, maybe it's usable. Okay, let's see what we can do here. We're getting a faster clear, first of all. Alright, pretty good. The rest on eye perception, yeah. This team to be able to stagger this thing is really nice. You die? Okay, thank you. Alright, should have done that. Probably not that big a deal though. Oh, this boss is so janky. I know it's like when it's like on the ground is when we can actually properly hit it, but like I think we just need to deal damage to it and not worry about like saving particular abilities for when it's doing that. Let's do this. No, give me. Ah, why? Ah, just losing 10 seconds at the end again. Ah, okay, I could definitely clear better. She has so many voice lines. Yeah, she does. She never stops yapping. She's got that anime hero mindset. Gotta have 10 minutes of dialogue before you fight, or while you fight. Okay. Slap. Yeah, this. Okay. Oop, oop. Okay. Ah, brain. Ow, ow. No. Oh, we're doing it. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm holding you all hostage. We're doing it. Well, this first wave was definitely a lot worse because this person got sent over here. See how problematic actually is. Why this keeps happening? Why did I do that? Whatever, it's fine. Oh my god, how inconsistent he hits that is so annoying. No, why? Why? It's always... Oh. It's always... it's always the very end gets scuffed. And like, I'm at this terrible, awkward breakpoint where if my Varesa was like level 90, this would not be hard. That's my situation right now. If my Varesa was just level 90, or like a little, well, which would also potentially include like higher talent levels. Ugh. I hate that. I hate when you notice breakpoint impact. Ah, this would just be easy. I would have done this already. It's fine. It's fine. I forgot to switch to Bennett. I think I immediately just scuffed this attempt. Oh well. Maybe it'll be fine.
Dancing in the wind, closing in. We'll see about that. Everybody stand to look for regrets. Have fun with this gift. Up and away. Swift as the swallow. Open fly. Dare to mess with me.
Okay. Like, can you use an arrow from... No, I don't think you can. It has a shield. Never mind.
Time to shine. Strike up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Level 100 Lanya would have cleared this already. This is true.
Hills be gone. Closing in. Everybody stand back. We'll see about that. Have fun with this game. Butterfly. Swift as the swallow.
No! No! Are you kidding? That was the first time I've ever had that error where I tried to retry would it killed it and it said information error. Ah! Now I have to redo everything. Okay. To which flower did I have on Varesa? I want to check that quick. Because there's a couple things we can try to minorly change. Same teams. I can slightly improve Fischl's damage by doing this, and basically just that. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then I wonder, is there optimization I should do with Sitlolly? Sitlolly ER was fine. we can min-max Sitlolly very slightly. We can put it back on this. More EM. A little bit less ER. And then for Varesa, yeah, we did it burn the 90 crit, right? Okay, so like, I can't believe I didn't kill it there. I was so confident, that's why I did it. So the question is, do I RNG my life away? Do I do the higher crit damage piece, and then this requires more optimizing around RNG, potentially? I think considering we were in this weird situation of like being right at this breakpoint, I think it might be better to use the more RNG piece. Is it because of the crab punch? Yeah. So let's try like this. Slightly better Fischl build, slightly better Sitlolly build, and not necessarily better, but variant of a Varesa build that might help reach a breakpoint. That helps us clear. And then we can 2-star, or we can 3-star the second chamber as well doing this. All right. I can't believe it. So rude. Oh, so rude. We still have to 3-star because we never saw the 3-star in chamber 2, even if it might have been a 3-star technically. You know, I should level 90 my Far's on, honestly. Don't want to do that right now. Is that allowed? I probably shouldn't. I probably need to save some resources. I'm not going to do that right now. All right. But it could help. Anyways. You. We doing this. We doing it. This is what you get. This is what you get for suggesting me to do something silly. You make me super gonna I'll super go. You're doing targeting over there. Good. Alright, we got a much better, should have run away. We got a much better grouping situation this time. Not that this chamber matters, we already 3-starred it, but yeah. Just do cryo now. Die, please.
Midnight banter.
I just don't want to use her burst there. Seems a waste. Alright. Reason why you have Varesa on this side, someone said do superconduct Varesa, and I thought it'd be interesting to try superconduct because of the fact that the elements should be not terrible for the shields. But yes, it would have definitely been... I think I would have cleared without much problem if I had swapped the teams. Because Farina is pretty decent at the third chamber in particular, right? And then we'd have Natlan effects for the last chamber, right? It would have been easy, but
Care for
yeah.
the dance. Dance with me.
Well, we do want to make sure we have energy here. It would be quite sad if we did not. I don't want to waste a skill here.
At least you were here to watch.
We'll see about that. Everybody stand back.
The particles, clam.
Here's the door. Closing in. Dancing in the wind. Up and away. Yeah.
Just die. Oh, you don't have any elements on you. That was, you would have died if I had to get elements on you, but it's fine. Just die, please. Sir. 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 There we go. You suggested Chongyun Varesa skill spam and you read it as superconduct? Well, sorry. Too bad.
My royals, get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Pow! Charge! Yeah! Headbutt! Arrow incoming!
Wait, why did I not just use skill and whatever, don't worry about it.
Midnight sin, show no mercy. You two, time to end them. Fulfill our path.
skill cooldown in Sit Lolly with Sack Breaks definitely doesn't line up very well on this team.
Show no mercy. Headbutt. Heads up. Guard.
Okay, the laser going straight at the camera was quite funny there. Alright, you gonna go to your next phase? Thank you. Alright. Okay, so it's an annoying one.
Rest for the
You two. Time to end
Why did it just target that over there? What? It didn't really matter that much, to be clear, but like, what?
Justice o'clock. Wings of darkness. Headbutt.
Please. There we go. You try physical move, we go level 6 normal attack, and she feels like at least 80% of when I'm playing with the motorcycle. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting case of the like that's why that video was like, you know, titled, "Oh, is she one of the best physical DPSs?" There's just a problem, and then I show like the oops, she does a lot of pyro damage because like she's the best physical DPS by nature of all the pyro damage she can deal when she's also doing physical, which is weird, right? Like, it's not really she's doing the most physical damage. It's that she does more damage in conjunction with also her physical damage, which is fun. So, anyways. Did Mika get mentioned in the video? No. Because I am not used to thinking about considering using him. Should I have considered using him? Maybe. But he's level 20. And I don't have a C6. I think I have like C1 or C2. And it's unlikely I'm going to get to C6 anytime soon. But I definitely would have probably used Mika over Sit Lolly if I had a C6. So I mentioned him in like text form in the video. But my dumb arse while I was recording forgot to mention Mika as an option while recording. But yeah. It probably works. Mika probably works better. Alright, do this. Kind of wasted that. No, I didn't break it. Dang it.
Dare to mess with me? Strike time to shine. Ears of the storm. Closing in. Swift
I believe this. I believe we can do this. Alright.
To live for regret. Lightning, killing stone. Shout. Going in. Dare to mess with me?
It does not make sense to
Time to shine. Let's light it up.
okay.
We'll see about that. Closing in. Ills be gone. Bye-bye.
I hope our energy situation is fine. But hey, we 3-starred without a problem. Bam. Yeah, I talked about Screw a little bit earlier. Sorry. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so like Mika with, funnily enough, because of like the stupid anti-synergy with the fact that you sometimes want to like end your burst early with Eula to make sure it hits the enemy at the right time, swap off field, and that makes Mika buff not apply to Eula's burst. Like, you could argue Mika works better for physical Mika than Mika does with Eula. But anyways, if I ever get C6 Mika, I will definitely try physical Mika with C6 Mika.
I create.
Raiden, Farina, Singh, Joe Bennett versus the Abyss Lectors and Web. If you have C6 Bennett, if you don't have C6 Bennett, you're probably gonna struggle with that team. Like Raiden, Farina, Singh, Joe Bennett, like C6 Bennett will allow you to get through the Electro Lecture, but and Farina Singh Cho should be able to get through the Pyro Lecture, obviously. And then it's just a matter of lining up, making sure you have your bursts available. But it's quite frankly going to be a terrible team. You're using a burst reliant team, where if any one of those characters doesn't burst against the Wayab, for example, it's awful, and you're not going to be able to burst with all three of them, generally speaking, unless you stagger it, which is tricky to do.
Time to get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh.
I think they're ungrouped. Not ideal. What is happening? Why did I not do this? That was terrible. Anything else I can do instead of Benny? I don't know what your team looks like, so or your account looks like. Your problem there is like more all the burst reliant characters, not any one character necessarily. I think you could theoretically clear with that team. It's just very tricky, and hard without C6 Bennett. Very hard. But you could still potentially do it with just spamming Bennett's skill on the Electro properly.
Time to go to work. Show no mercy. Lolling, eat Papa, get him! Headbutt!
Alright. Good, this is a lot better. Dang it, cooldowns. Cooldowns. Ooh. No, definitely a better clear than I got in the previous attempt. What's my energy on this second side? Not ideal. And energy in particular actually might screw this attempt. I was too focused on restarting the second chamber. Ah, crap. No. It's not too bad yet. Oh, that was bad. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, why? Why am I struggling now? Oh no. Well, this is probably not the attempt. First try. Just with minorly tweak builds. Told you the breakpoints. Told you the breakpoints mattered. Just reach past those tiny little breakpoints on the first side and it was fine. Bam. There you go. Yeah, Auron would theoretically work there. I don't know if Auron would apply enough Electro to keep up underlying Electro, but I don't know. Depending on how well Auron can hit the shield on the crab, it's possible Auron could have been better there. So, I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna visit Zajef now? Sure. Let's go tell Zajef I cleared, Ah, God.
And we didn't get the attack where he doesn't do anything?
It's blurry, sorry.
Oh well.
Mr. Zajef, I have news.
Alright, so I think that's gonna be it for today.
Oh, he's leaving.
We'll actually do some... Actually, tomorrow we'll see what changes there are to Escafy. What's up, Saluna? What do you mean I have news? What the fuck cursed bullshit are you gonna say this time? I cleared with DPS Lanyan and superconduct Varesa. I mean, You can clear with solo Varesa. So
Varesa,
obviously you
Varesa
can
first
clear-
side. Varesa first
Varesa
side.
first side. Still, you can probably still clear with solo Varesa first side. Well, maybe not because of the electro shield, actually. Okay. Okay, caught. Maybe not.
Anyways, have a good day, I
Druid
guess.
coward.
Oops, I made him.
I can't do DPS Lanyon because my Lanyon isn't
Yeah.
fucking geared or leveled. But I can do superconduct Varesa if you want.
Okay. Oh boy. Well, I didn't expect he was actually gonna do it. Oh boy. I didn't expect this result. I thought he was just gonna deny it. Okay, we just have Varesa clapping in the background. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll leave it going in the background. We'll check.
I don't want to have to think on the other side.
Also, I just realized he's playing music. No, I think he's playing non-copyrightable music. I think it's fine. Hopefully. Anyways,
Yeah. I'll crit. It'll be fine.
he'll crit. What is his build? Oh, we didn't see it. Whatever. Oh, he's using Mawika, Bennett, Albedo, Yelan. Okay. Interesting choice. Let's see.
Mawika's still in physical goblet? I don't think so. I get back.
Why Albedo? EM. Okay, let's try to put it on source. We'll see if this affects my stream. We're just gonna have Varesa clapping in the back and you're gonna have to deal with it.
Oh.
He's using Eon Song and Causal. There's not much superconduct going on here, I'd be honest. You don't even
Yeah.
Did he put Sitlali on Sacrifice? I don't know if he did. Because if he didn't put Sitlali on
I want
Sacrifice,
to keep them grouped as I kill them.
Sitlali's like cryo uptime is quite low without Sacrifice. I guess Kazuha can help, like, if you infuse cryo on Kazuha. Yeah, he kept Sitlali on TDDS, which to be clear might still be better. Because the TDDS buff for Varesa matters more. But I'm just saying, it's not really very superconduct if you don't try to get more cryo application to have more superconduct happening. So, like,
You have to keep
you
your
know,
friend in a good mood.
not as legitimate of a superconduct. This is not very superconduct.
Where's the
Not
superconduct?
not even Sacrifice on Sitlali SMH.
It's here.
It's here technically,
Somewhere.
sure.
I just got a fucking...
Yeah, it is more like mono electro, but
Windy-
Sitlali is
Where you gotta use it or lose it.
Varesa
got a
targeting.
windy plant.
So, wanna train with me sometime?
Not even Sackfrog on Seed Lolly. I was too lazy to gear.
Understandable.
Alright. That's not Shilonen.
Oh, he thought that was Shalonen. Oh. Oh, the Albedo was on purpose. At least you get, yeah. I thought he was just purposely using a worse
It's
team
fine.
because of the fact that I used DPS Lanyan or something.
My parents always
Uh,
no matter how busy life gets. you
yeah,
should
I don't.
always sit
Does
down
the Jeff
and
really
think
think this is a
about
flex on me? Like
what I like to do.
doing superconduct, but then just using Varesa and
Down
just using Varesa,
and wolf it down and work
Eonson, and Sitlali still on TDDS, and
Oh,
buffing
man,
Varesa as
yeah.
much as possible rather than focusing on the superconduct damage, and then using a Mawika team on the second side. Is this supposed to be a flex on me? Is it really? Also, he's getting a worse clear than I was getting with Lanyan. with a very less buffed, my much less buffed. I
Use
guess
up all of our Night Soul. Lunge Mawika, let's go!
no, I won't say it. I want. Should I say it?
Big.
No, I won't antagonize him anymore. He's already doing superconduct, kind of, not really, but you know. His Lolly's doing nothing other than
Oh,
TDS,
that's not
basically.
a fucking Electro Swirl.
I at least tried to spec things into superconduct. I did have C1s at Lolly helping, to be clear. Like, it's
Honestly, we'd probably
Fair
clear faster if
contrast.
we just didn't swap the seat lolly.
I mean, yeah, because you, whatever.
Actually, I know what the play is. Just use
No, his
Neon
his
seat
hit lolly,
but
his
don't
hit lolly
burst.
is not C1.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
Wow. He's literally not even doing any superconduct. I had Fischl here, and Fischl A4 doesn't work against his boss. Like, I buff my Varesa much less, and I have a worse Varesa build, I'm pretty sure. Which is level 80, with like level 8 talents. Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
It's not actually superconduct if we do this, so let's use her burst.
I don't even know if it's superconduct if you do use her. I mean, it's a little superconduct. It's something. It's better than nothing. But like, you know, still about the same clear times I got.
When you win, it's fine.
You were
His burst is
getting
World Electro.
the same clear times I did with Fischl, Sitlolly, Varesa, Xylonin. Xylonin is C. Oh, the C2 doesn't matter. She is signature weapon. The C2 was doing next to nothing. I mean, it was helping with energy on Varesa. Maybe that minorly helped. Maybe. But probably not. I don't think that was necessary. But hey, I mean, to be clear, he's having an easier time than I was. But we're weakers. It's definitely Albedo doing work here.
Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Why are we watching Zajef? Because I said I would antagonize Zajef if I managed to clear with DPS Lanyon on the second side and the rest of Superconduct on the first side. And I managed to clear. And then, right as he was ending his stream, I jumped in his chat and said I cleared. And he was like, okay.
Yeah, we didn't get it. Dude, why did I click on Albedo by accident, man? Fuck!
Oh boy.
Whatever.
You were just trying to simulate
Strength is one
DPS
of those things where you
Lanyon.
gotta use it or lose it.
Which was better than that team, to be honest.
We're trying to simulate DPS Lanyon, bro.
Alright, well, I don't even have anything better to do other than...
Honestly, I can't be bothered, man. I was gonna end stream when you showed up, okay? I fuck you.
Sorry. It was bad timing. Was Lanyon's
Frick
team?
you, chat. That's gonna be it for today. We can...
I'll answer that one person there, chat. Farina, Lanyon, Farina, Benny.
We
Or-
can... Honestly, I don't want to write
You should
anyone
always
today. I think
sit
I'm
down
gonna
and
fucking
enjoy
end
a
stream.
proper
I'll see
meal
you
Goodbye,
guys.
when
goodbye,
you're
Mr. Zajef.
What I like to do is
All right.
stack my plate up high.
The F you was personal. Yeah. Alright, anyway, it's fun. It's fun to... I don't know how it's the second time it's happened where I joined into a stream and I... right as he's ending and try to pester him. Alright, anyways. We should log into Poems only. But we can also... What time is it, by the way? 4:54? Okay, I still have 2 hours. D&D is starting late tonight, so I have an extra hour. Crazy. Now clear with Eula? Oh, fine. You know what? Fine. Not with that build. I was considering it. If the build was not truly garbage, I would have considered it. Do I have to do non-plunge? Am I allowed to do plunge, Sylveon? Am I allowed? Hopefully I'm allowed. Blind Eula is a disgrace. Okay. Well, that increases our energy needs. What team do we do?
Hurry up, Varesa.
Yeah, keep her on equal footing with Moika. I mean, I could do the same team. I could do Farina Sitlali with Proto Amber. With Eon-san. I could do. Should I just do the same exact team? Yeah, sure. Screw it. Let's do the same exact team I did with Physical Moika this weekend. Why not? Why not? It'll help with energy needs. I have C1's at Lolly. It'll do something. It'll keep up cryo. Well, the cryo won't really matter. Well, I don't know. It can help keep. We get. Well, no, you can't swap off of Eula. Never mind. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Okay. So we do. I'm gonna do first. I did Physical Moika on the second side. I'm gonna do this on the first side because I can. Where is? Oh yeah, we need to. Speaking by the way, let's fix a couple things. You need to go back on this. Actually, do this. Okay, oh god dang it. Alright, that should be fine. Wait. Yep, that's fine. Okay. And oh, she wasn't. Oh, sorry. 1 second. We also gotta. Said Lolly was not on scroll. We gotta keep all things equal. We're doing Physical Moika like versus the video I did, and we're keeping her on 2-piece gilded instead of 4-piece scroll. 4-piece scroll is almost certainly better, but a little bit more is more buffing for Eula. Okay, same thing, right? Eon-san is on scroll though, which will not do that much. Anyway, so anyways, I put. I did have Eon-san on Noblesse. I don't want to switch her to Noblesse. No, I refuse. I'm sorry. I don't want to switch her to Noblesse. I'm gonna have to too much gearing anyways already. Okay. So that is probably fine. Wait, no, wrong artifact set. This. That's fine. And then, okay, actually first weapon, I think we will do your weapon. Okay, and then I think we will need, well, I don't know, with double cryo, we might not need the ER. I'm not sure. I'm gonna err on the side if we need the ER and put this on her. And that will hopefully let me use this better feather. Alright, so Eula, 2000 attack. She's over Captain Crit Rate a little bit. Whatever, she probably needs it for some reason. Can I fix that? I don't know if I can fix that. Might be able to fix that actually with this. There we go. A little bit more crit damage. One more ER roll. Bam. Perfect. 140 ER. Near 100% crit rate. 224 crit damage. It's probably about as good as I can make her. Alright. Once Luna will be streaming, start streaming. I'm always late. Yeah, the Discord is the best way. Otherwise, you know, YouTube notifications. If you watch regularly, you know, YouTube will notify you, generally speaking. But if you don't watch regularly, YouTube doesn't notify you regularly. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's what the Discord's for. But I'll probably start also trying to simultaneously. I plan on moving soon, TM, so I can get better internet and do simultaneous streaming to Twitch in the future, which some people might prefer. You might prefer Bazaar because I think you were as a Jeff viewer. I think I recognize your username. Anyways, okay, what do we do on the second side? Should we just do DPS? No, we can't do Farina's on. Never mind. We could try DPS line without Farina, but I'd rather not. You know, here, let's try this. Why not? That's a lot of 5 stars. That's a lot of 5 stars. But whatever. Let's see. Let's see. I haven't tried Eula with like this team before, so maybe I'll like it.
You two. Time to stronger. Shudder. Vengeance will be mine. More speed. Beg for mercy.
Did I do a hold there? I don't think I did. Did I kill it before the burst landed? This is my experience every time I play Eula, man. I did a tap, that's what I thought. This is my experience every time I play Eula, though. Where, like, her burst lands at the moment, it just doesn't matter. What do you mean? I think, what do you mean if I held it would have died? It did die, but it died before I bursted. But yeah, the Blatchers probably would have spawned, so let's redo. Is probably what you meant, I guess. Or what you were trying to communicate. Oh boy. But anyways, it's like what always happens. I know it's like, yeah, misplayed, whatever. But I don't know, it's just really funny. I don't know. Oh, wait, you're supposed to do the yeah, whatever. Bam! Look at that damage. Wow. That's like slightly more than a Moika charge attack. And I don't have energy. The Eula moment. Ow. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of a struggle here for energy, I think. Crap. Got it. We're fine. We're fine.
Get to work. You two. Time to.
Why did I hold? Oh, god dang it.
Will be mine.
Sorry. Burst didn't even land. Like, this is the Eula experience. Like, you make a good Eula team and half the time the ult doesn't even do anything. I just... to be clear, yeah, like, but Eula's not... I don't think Eula's crowd. I don't remember what her talent's at, actually. But, like...
Care for a dance?
Oh, boy.
Dance with me!
A little ambiance.
Into the shadows. Be a good audience, won't you?
You're not done yet.
At least, you were here to watch. Hunt them down.
Eula is indeed an S tier character. Okay, so we're going a burst.
Ready. Enough. Shoot on sight.
This will brighten up the place.
Light it up. Into the shadows.
I mean, we cleared. Like, I'll give her that. And I didn't play well. Like, you know, it's not like she's unusable. She's certainly not unusable. But, you know.
Fulfill our path. Lolling. Eat pop.
Control breathing.
Shudder.
We're not even killing with the burst most of the time anyway, so who cares? Who cares that we don't have it back?
I condemn you.
Not me.
Suffer the wrath of the stronger. Crush. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye.
Alright. This thing doesn't have any physical retro going. Yeah, so it's gonna be a lower number. Figured.
You two, time to end them. On my mark, shudder.
Yep. Energy. I have 140 energy. We're running double cryo with Sitlali. Sitlali generates 5 cryo particles. And... it's fine. It's fine. This character's energy, though. This character's energy needs... There's something. There's something. Swap before the Eonson ult and Eonson charge attack for super. That's actually a good question. You might be able to do that. Well, now this is just pointless because, well, okay. Hopefully we can get our energy, our burst to hit at the end. Let's get a satisfying Eula moment. That's all I ask for. What'd I do with that? Oh my god, it's fine. No. Ah. This boss is terrible for Eula. This boss is very terrible for Eula. Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Well, actually, wait. I used the Eons on normal attack there before because... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can if you save the Eons on like fast normal attack. Probably restart it by then. I'm gonna save her burst for the thing. It's gonna fly up in the air, I know it. Look at that, 230k against a physical resistant enemy. What a world. Good job, Eula. Now. How are you not going to your next phase, bro? Please. Please. Spare me. Alright. Now.
Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine.
Ah, I tried to swap before I did it. I did not time it well. Oh well. Oh well. You know, it's a physical resistant enemy. It was okay. And that the way that enemy works is also terrible for this team to try to keep up superconduct as you go between that end phase there, so it's fine. But honestly, those are all examples of why, like, even if you don't use Mawika's skill, I kind of feel like Mawika's a better physical DPS. It's like I could just swap out of Mawika and then swap back in. I don't know. But it's like, it's not a completely fair comparison because she's not fully level, yada yada, blah blah blah. I know. Eula is perfectly functional. But yeah. I don't know. I think Eula is someone you're really only going to feel is compelling if you invest quite heavily into her. How did that not? Okay, it did.
Into the shadows.
Eula's so deprived of attack in her teams that the attack and epi weapon goes a long way. Yeah, I could see that. It's also going to help because Eon's on Eula. The synergy is nice for, you know, providing Electro, of course. But the fact that you're not easily keeping up all of Eon's buff, having a higher base attack weapon might help Eon's buff stay up longer, theoretically. As long as you're not needing the energy from Fav, which you kind of do, so it's definitely a downside. But anyways, I don't even, like, So what are you planning on playing with Eula? You meant more for Mika? Oh sure, yeah. Actually, yeah, that's true. So are you using Eon's on now, Sylveon? Because like, I've heard a lot of people are liking using Eon's on for Eula. So are you doing, since Eon's on healing as cope? Eon's on doesn't need to have good healing to trigger the passive though. Oh, you haven't leveled Eon's on yet. I see. But I just wonder, do you do Eon's on Farina, Mika, Eula? Is that like one of the ideal Eula teams now that isn't Plunge Eula, to be clear? Like obviously Plunge Eula. If you're doing Plunge Eula, definitely Eon's on.
Isn't there
But
anything else more
yeah.
interesting to do? Suffer the wrath of
Yeah, Epi weapon just requires any healing, yeah, correct.
more speed.
I'm not using my
I
burst on
condemn
this.
you.
Oh boy, 40 energy, man, with Silali not being enough is crazy.
Show no mercy.
There's a Fab user on the team. We have 40 energy on Silali. Why are you over here?
Shudder.
I just...
Blood of frost. Crush.
Whatever, we're gonna... Oh, the burst actually isn't gonna... Okay, sorry, that should have been better with the burst, but whatever, it has shield up, it's fine. Oh boy. You know, like, I just canceled... I just canceled the Eon, so I pressed E twice. Oopsies. Yeah, Escoffier teams might be best for you. Like, doing Escoffier, Farina, Eula. And then the question is, do you put in Eons on? Do you put in an Electro unit, or you just do, like... do you just do Shenhe? I think you might just do Shenhe. I think Eula's best team might be Farina, Escoffier, Shenhe. With her release. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yelan? Yeah, that's true. That's true. You could do Yelan maybe. That's true. I was just thinking Shenhe because Shenhe does give some physical red shred, but Yelan probably is technically better for team damage. But that's even less in the direction of buffing Eula. So it's just like, I know she gets some damage bonus, sure, but like so I don't know. I'm not sure if Shenhe or Yelan would be better or preferable. I would probably try Shenhe, Escoffier if you read it. Eula, especially because 3 cryo units probably helps with Eula's energy a bit. And you just forgo superconduct. Oh well. There you go. I maybe should burst. You know what? I am gonna burst in the first rotation here. I'll pretend Effie doesn't exist and make more of the teams damage Eula. Yeah, exactly. Which is what you're gonna have to do after Escoffier releases for many characters in the game.
Show no mercy. Lolling. Eat pop. Control breathe. Shudder.
Okay, well, what the frick happened with the camera there? Why did I do a skill there too? I missed. Okay.
Crush. Freeze to the core.
Okay. Oh, this is Eula gameplay. Yep. This is Eula gameplay.
Vengeance will be mine.
What the actual heck happened with the camera over there, by the way? I did that early. Whatever. Wow, 130,000 is not much.
Strike a blow. Lolling. Eat pop. Control breathing. Shudder.
Really?
I condemn you.
Won't use their burst yet. Obviously, we'll save it. Alright, that.
Get to work.
Good job, Arena. Almost got a shield down.
Blood first. Beg for mercy. Blood of frost. Eye for an eye.
big or big damage. Wow, 300,000. Good job, Eula. I can't believe my Eula build doesn't like 140 ER. I can't believe it. Double cryo, a fab on the team, a double cryo with a unit that generates 5 cryo particles. Like, I think it would probably be fine if I funneled energy. I think, but like really, like, I just. It's not like her multipliers were good enough to justify her energy problems. This is why we plunge Eula, indeed. Yeah, it's sad to me that plunge Eula, basically ignore her burst, is the best option. Oh, I just wasted that. Oops. You are a tall female. That is going to be annoying. Alright. Tall female models are incredibly hard to climb up the pillar.
A little ambiance. Burn it down. Bring it. Time to testify.
Ah.
Reconstitute. Fresh and floral. Ready.
Yeah, we don't need to do another pillar phase. They like Eula C2 to lessen ER needs, but it's such a cope way of actually doing it. At least 130 ER is plenty with Raiden. Oh, you're playing with Raiden. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I can very much see why you'd play with Raiden just for that synergy. How long do you on-field Raiden normally? Do you do like what? Probably. You just do long. Can you do long rotations? I don't know. Anyway, real quick, let's see what I have. I want to emphasize, I have not tried this yet. I have tried Plunge Eula before without C2 Cloud Retainer, but I did get C2 Cloud Retainer with Eon's on. So may as well try. You know, Plunge Eula. And I don't think I will have to change the build. Well, actually, I could change the build to have less energy. We'll just leave it the same. I think we do that. And you done Shiyu yet? I have. I might log on to ZZZ though in a little bit. And we'll just use the same team on the second side. I don't have to think about it. Actually, and do a Yai. Let's do it. Let's do a Yai team. Let's do Yai. You want? Let's try. Ooh, how is this gonna go? Oh, but I like doing this with Eon's on though. Never mind. I can't. I don't want to think about the boss mechanics. We'll burst once.
Will be mine. Rack and ruin.
Wow, the burst did something. Oh, I should not be standing here. Wait, no, we're not even doing anything. We do that. Whatever. I could definitely do that better now. Well, no, we're gonna redo that. I get lighter for Soldier 11. There supposedly might be an S rank fire stunner coming out in 2.0, so I'm gonna wait to see what that character's kit is like. But yes, I kind of would want. I'd kind of want lighter for Soldier 11. God dang it!
Control freeze. Let's shudder. Freeze to the core.
Let's make sure we go over here.
Eye for an eye.
Okay, well that was much worse play, but the grouping matters more than anything here, so... And that was not good grouping. Alright, perfect. It's enough to swirl. It's fine. Ow. Alright, he did.
Make way for the crush.
Well. I don't even know what plunge damage I'm getting, by the way. Wasn't paying that much attention, but it's a little bit better, I think. Just a little bit.
Bring it. Hunt them down. The show's only just begun.
Oh, I just realized I haven't done the event yet. Oh, I forgot about the event. You know what? We might end off the stream with that, and then we might do like a couple unit reviews. Nothing crazy. I can still go for like another hour and a half. And if we have time, I'll Zenless. If we have time. Well. They made the books event for artifacts, yeah. Which is a nice event. Maybe I'll be able to, maybe that event will let me be freed this week, because if I can get freed from the plunge domain for this week, from this week onwards, plunge and skirk artifact domain, be happy. I just want like a not super coat piece for a tiny piece, and then I would like a better circlet, which is a pretty big ask because of the annoying pieces to get. But and my Varesa build is good enough that I'm not too worried about it. But yeah. After that event is done is when I think I need to go farm ley lines again. Because ley lines, you know. Yep, even in an account that gets battle pass, ley line mines it is.
Vengeance will be mine. I condemn you.
Well, I probably could have killed that with another plunge if I didn't get it before. Do I have less energy needs in this team? What? How? Why? Actually, why? Was it just because I did a bad, like, long rotation? Is that why? What happened? I'm confused. Like, I'm actually genuinely confused by that. How does removing a cryo unit have less energy needs? Like, I just had 2 bursts in rotation in a row there. It was probably just I had a scuff long rotation, presumably. Yeah, that was accidental.
Crush. Freeze to the core. More speed.
Where's the thing?
Eye for an eye.
Right there. Wham. Might have gotten lucky on Eula RNG particle generation. That's true. That's true. Because she needed RNG particle generation too. Oh god. What a character.
Time to testify.
I did that on purpose. I was hoping to break the things.
Brighten up the place.
I did not break the things. Oh well.
Ready.
Not bad. Ah.
Fresh and floral.
What?
Backdrop. Reconstitute.
Okay, I'm just, whatever. Don't worry about it.
Into the shadows.
Wow. Infinity Nikki Battle Pass pretty good, like 90 levels. Wow. Wow. Real Hoyle Gambler was never adventuring, it was always Eula. Yeah, this is true. No, it's Scroll Malika.
Quick as a flash. On my mark. Shudder.
I just had Dragon Strike. No, I just want to do Dragon Strikes, I'm sorry. I know, I realized I didn't burst after I jumped and I managed to do a Dragon Strike. Can you pardon me, Tart? Probably not. He's probably just like, no. Because Dragon Strikes on Claymore units are easy. You do not know my pain of Dragon Striking on Traveler. Farina, please. Farina, please. Farina, please. You're wasting all my plunges, Farina. Farina! Alright, Farina, thank you. I would have liked Eula to get the kill, but it's fine. Who needs Eula to get the kill? No, that was bad too. Here, we can get the kill with Eula Burst. Surely. Never mind. ZZ accounts interesting to you, figuring out all the crit rolls are fixed, like high and low rolls not being a thing. It's very extremely nice. It's so nice not having variable crit rolls. It makes it so much easier to like balance stats and weigh different things, and so much less annoying. Like when you don't get like oh, you get a crit roll but it low rolls, and it's just like, oh, it's so nice. You just want you for the kill. That's true. I should have technically done that. I forgot. Right, we don't need to fit this team. Alright, you know, Plunge Eula is obviously better, but I don't know. I'm gonna leave Eula equipped for now, because I don't know. I think she only stole artifacts from like Nuvilat, because I was doing Plunge and Nuvilat memes with Varesa's weapon a couple days ago. So yeah, let's go do. I'll try to do the rest of this quest, by the way. I think tonight off stream, since people said it's good. But let's finish this. Oh, good, the automaton. Alright. Use electro attacks or catalyze. Okay. Trigger freeze. Okay. And then this is just plunging attacks hit. Oh. I did not expect. Plunging attack damage on land is increased by 1200% of the character's attack. 1200. That is okay, for reference, Varesa event. I mean sure. But Cloud Retainer exists. Like if this is the kind of boss we could expect from this event, it's gonna be a fun, or not a fun event from the end game. I want them to do this kind of boss for the end game, because it's just fun. But the only problem is if they make buffs this strong for the end game mode, it's very possible the rewards basically would require Specky into it. But anyways, for reference, C2 Cloud Retainer increases her buff by 400%, which is a doubling. So from 200 to 400%, and that was 1200%. So that is 3 times what Cloud Retainer does. And I don't think there was any stack limits for like single target. I mean, like damage, whatever. So, you know, that's a lot, is my point. I don't know, we were just doing Eula, we may as well do more Eula. Why not? We'll do Eula, and I also want to try Plungy Eye, I think. That's the 2 teams we'll do against this. We could do Varesa, but like, Varesa's meant to be a plunger. Also, Gomming, oh my god, what is the Gomming damage gonna look like here? Anyways, okay, so we want to don't want to use units that I would want to do in the second part, I think. Should you pull Shalonen or Venti? Definitely not Venti unless you really like him for some reason. Shalonen is more valuable for like exploration utility and generic team utility. even if she gets pushed out of a lot of characters' best teams in the future. Oh yeah, the chicken self-infusing with Dendro. Darn, that's true. Okay, yeah, I'll do Yai and Plunge Eula at least. What was I doing? The Yanson. Where's the bird? I always don't start with energy. Ugh. Get out of here. We don't start with energy, which is fun. Doesn't matter for Eula that much, I guess, but it's annoying for Clavitainer and Farina, but oh well. Okay. And trigger freeze in the first half, huh? Well, I'm probably not doing plunge with you. Or you. When enemies are frozen. They just have to be frozen. So we just have to keep freeze up. Okay. So I don't know, just do more hydro and more cryo, I guess. Why am I struggling to find another cryo unit? Looking for Rosaria, there she is. Alright. I don't think there's a point in pulling for meta characters that are not fun for you. Someone like Venti I've wanted for years. Yeah, then I'm pulling for him. Just, you know, if you just don't expect to find a ton of use for him in Abyss very often. He has fun niche utility with his grouping ability, and I don't know. I wish for him at one point. Would have been nice to have him. I wouldn't have hated having him as an option because there's shenanigans to do with him. But the situations he's useful and is very rare. And this new endgame combat mode is not going to help with that because it's going to be against bosses. I have Fallon you right now? I do. To burst with it, Lolly. Yeah, it seems like that would work easily. Could have done Ganyu here. That probably would have been easier. Ganyu with Nubulet or something. Alright. Let's see how our energy works out here. Cooldowns pretty much. No, not quite. I should have wasted a little bit for that. I just went up in the air higher to avoid that attack. Alright, bam. Okay, we're doing less plunge damage than I expected, to be honest. Now we're doing more what I expected. I don't remember what the trigger conditions were for the buff. Maybe we just didn't trigger the buff before. Stamina. Is this plunge Eula? No. This is standstill Eula, as you can tell. Not avoid my damage. Bro, stop jumping. Uh-oh. See one Clavitainer helping there. Do one more rotation. Okay. Alright. 1500 maybe. Oh. What do we get? Ah, not 1500. Sad. Darn it. Okay. Oh well. That's fine. Good job, Eula. That's fun. Big Eula damage. All right. What happens with Yai though? This will be kind of weird. We're gonna do Oron instead because I want to. Of Ianza. Plus this event gave me, not this event, the other event gave me a C6 Oron. So, you know. Why am I struggling so much? Oh, she's up here. Blap. Okay, and do this. What? Wrong character. I kind of want Cloud Retainer. Let me do that. All right. Could try the ER food. This is true. I could try the ER food. Wait, I don't have the ER food yet. I think that's unlocked from the story.
Right here. Emerge. Skyward! Skyward! Skyward!
I wonder if aggravating is actually going to be not ideal here for landing plunges properly. I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, that reason exactly. I also definitely did not. Yeah, okay. Oh boy. That's just silly. That's just silly. I should probably be trying to use the Iverse here, but janked on the wall, the hitbox at enemy. No, that was not good. Yeah. I didn't redo her skills, whatever.
Tell me what you see. Right now, right here. Skyward! Stray cloud confirmed.
And bam. Well, plunge Eye better than Eula. That was the Eye without Eons on too. I'm pretty sure Eons on would have been better in this team. Since I was not Yai bursting, because one of the main reasons I like Oron over Eons on, particularly now that I have C6 Oron, is one, because I have Elegy for Oron. So like C6 Oron plus Elegy means like I'm getting a not insignificant amount of a buff from Oron for Yai, compared to Eons on. But notably, I just find the rotation easier for keeping up VV. But also for using Yai's burst. But in this combat event, I don't think it makes sense to Yai burst. So, I could probably beat you even more handily. Oops. But again, fully invested Yai versus not fully invested Eula. Is it a really bad weapon banner with Venti and Shilonen? No. No, I think it's one of the best weapon banners that the game has had, assuming you get Shilonen, or have Shilonen. Those support weapons are really strong. I think one of the more compelling reasons to potentially consider wishing a weapon banner is when you can get fabs from it, and the 5 stars are relevant. So like, I think it's one of the best support weapon banners that has existed in the game. But I yapped about it a bunch earlier if you wanted to see my yap about that. But yeah, if it's only if you want, as always, only if you want to vertically invest in teams where you're really desperate for fabs. But I wouldn't necessarily. You shouldn't wish specifically for 4-star weapons. But like an account like Zajeff's account, I respect him for completely being being completely anti-weapon banner. But like he is lacking in options for fab weapons for how long he has played the game, because he has completely not touched the weapon banner, right? Like I don't think if you're as highly invested, and by highly invested I just mean he's played the game a long time. When you have as high and has a lot of characters, when he's as highly invested as his account is, and he has excess primo gems. Although I think Natlan has been very bad for Zajeff's primo gem resources. You want to consider it is my point more seriously as you play longer and longer, but it depends on whatever factors and whatnot. In terms of actual raw damage, is not really great. Elegy is amazing for everyone, but the Death Sword is only for Albedo and Shallonen. I'm aware. I'm well aware. I'm not saying the banner is going to be an account changer, but it's one of the better weapon banners. The problem is that, like, I don't know, if you're going to look at the spreadsheet impact of those individual things, yeah, I don't disagree. I myself said earlier how, like, I'm not using Elegy on Farazan, even though, like, Elegy on Farazan is great and can meaningfully, like, increase my Lanion's damage and Farazan's damage. The Fab particles are better and have made for more consistent, enjoyable clears for DPS Lanyon. I've kept Farazan on Fab despite having Elegy. I am well aware that, like, the damage improvement does not necessarily even meaningfully change anything. But it's just a situation. What the intention is vaporize. Oh boy. Okay. Wait, are you serious? There's literally a buff that names Moeka. Restores 25 points of elemental energy. Additionally, Moeka. I don't know. I guess it's better than them trying to hide it. We're just like, elemental burst pyro damage gets a 1 second buff of 5 billion%. Well, I'm not using Navia. But sure, I'll use your trial Moeka. Alright, anyways. Yeah, no, support weapons are not the smartest thing to go for if you're looking for, like, improve. It's the same thing for support characters. Like, if you want to improve your Nuvilet's damage, is Shallonen going to be more of an improvement? Or is C1 Nuvilet going to be more of an improvement? Potentially a C1 Nuvilet, right? But the difference is, Shallonen is a support. She's valuable for many teams, right? She's not just for Nuvilet, where C1 Nuvilet is just for Nuvilet. And same thing for these support weapons, where I think they're valuable if you can find use for them buffing many different characters. But I yapped about them earlier. I don't think they make sense to wish on because it's a weapon banner. Weapon banner never makes sense to wish on unless you're vertically investing in some form. And support weapons are weird, in particular for 5-star weapons, primarily in my opinion, because the downside of using 5-star support weapons is that you're not using fabs. Because if you're using Shallonen weapon, you're not using fab on the Shallonen. If you're using Elegy, you're not using fab on those characters. And that is actually a notable downside of those weapons more than anything, in my opinion. But anyways, there is no such thing as a weapon banner I'd universally recommend to anyone. I'm just saying I think it's a better one. And it's mostly because of the fabs on the 4 stars. Like, getting fabs in going for one of those weapons makes it way more valuable. Anyways, it just wants us to have Night Soul Burst triggered. How many Natlan units do we have to shove in the team for this? Does anyone know? Because, like, is just 2 fine? I'm assuming 1 is probably not good enough. But I just need to shove Natlan units in the team. For this trigger, character triggers a Night Soul Burst, Shockwave. Okay. Character damage increase, cooldown Night Soul Burst reduced 50%. All characters in the team receive it. Okay. Weird. 3 are needed? Really? Okay. That's so weird. It's a little bit weird to structure this one this way. When you need Natlan unit, they want you to use Natlan units here, and they want you to use Natlan units here. Like, bruh. How many people just don't have enough Natlan units for this? Anyways, probably that. Well, wait. I'm probably not going to do... Well, you know... I'm trying to think who I want to use. You know what? I'm down to use... Kanich. Let's try it. Let's try... Kanich Eon-san. Am I struggling? I'm struggling. Wait, is Kanich have does he have a build right now? I don't know if he has a build right now. We'll find out. I don't feel like backing out. And I'll do Dia just for comfort. Actually, do we really need... Whatever. Yeah, we'll just do this. We'll just do this. I don't feel like thinking about it. All right. And sure, I don't know. Do 4 Natlan units. Everybody has at least 3 Natlan units, do they? Oh, with Auron being free? Sure. I mean, and they're giving you 2 characters to trial, so like, yeah. I'm not saying it's a problem to get their Primo Gem rewards.
Not too far now.
Show no mercy.
I just think it's a little bit of a weird decision.
Grab the edge. Lolling. He's Papa. Get him.
Farewell. Go. You're free now.
Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Burn it down.
Tell me what you see.
What? Where'd he go? Oh, he died. I didn't realize he died.
Try and stop me.
Wow. Alright, let's see if Kanich has his build. I think he does.
Reconstitute. Let's get it off. Control breathing.
Target acquired.
I think Kanich might not have his build. Oh, he does. Never mind. I just saw a non-crit, so I thought it meant he didn't have his build.
Russian plural.
You're already doing this. Okay. Now. Oh crap. I just whoopsies.
Buckle up. Ha. Quick as a flash. On my bow before your king.
Oh goody. I'm so glad I used that skill on him by accident. That was so good. I'm so glad I did that. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is Kanich gameplay. Yeah.
This will brighten up the
Alright.
place.
God dang it, brain. Oh.
Stronger.
Locked up.
Push through the pain.
Don't die, please. Alright, here, do this first.
Get off. Russian plural. Quick as a flash. Start them.
Nice.
Shadow the past. Mind to command.
Oh, good job. Good job, me. Apparently chose the worst time to use the burst.
Control breathing.
Target acquired.
We're not even gonna get 900, I don't think. Oh boy. Game janking. Okay. A little bit janky because of the movement from Eon-san. No, we are not. Oh boy. Okay. Well,
Stronger. On my mark.
Do you even activate Wolf's Gravestone? That's true. I probably don't. I could try to put Kinich on a different weapon, but let's try a different character. I'm gonna try Mulan. I'll engage with your Natlan things, Mihoyo. Yeah, Dia was on her DPS build. She was not on a supportive configuration. Was not min-maxing things at all. Just trying to think what Mulan team I want to do. Obviously not this. I'm having a struggle. It's fine. Where's the Ensign? Up here. Isn't Dion level 20 fat because of Eula? Oh yeah, that's true. She was. She didn't really matter that much.
Let's get it on. Bring it.
Wow, big damage.
This will brighten up the place. Look alive. A little ambiance. Buckle up. Hi, bring it. Carving way.
1 million Mulanis.
Russian swirl.
I see the typo in the chat. That is a funny typo. I did not Dia going. Ah, crap. What am I doing? Whoops. Let's go shoot. I just ended her. Oh! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Here, just do this. Whatever.
Brighten up the place.
Why not use Shalona to climb the pillars? I don't need to.
Look alive. Hi, socialize.
Reset that.
A little ambiance.
Works. There we go. Okay. And oh, I thought it wasn't gonna hit. I don't even know what damage it got. There you go. Good job, Mulani. Try many burn melt teams with Emily. How do they feel with various pyro characters? I have not tried an insane number because I don't have very many cryo units. Cryo DPSs. Generally speaking, like I didn't prefer Ganyu burn melt because it doesn't make Ganyu feel like she does that much satisfying damage. It's not bad by any means. It's a nice option, but I don't know. It's hard because like Ganyu burn melt is like, you know, you do like keeping up the burning. The best thing you can do is like probably do like Bennett, Ganyu, Emily, Chalonen, and that gets pretty good damage on Ganyu, and you just have to like swap to Bennett E potentially sometimes. So yeah. Anyways, you can just be doing anything in prison now. What? I don't think there's that many Genshin players in prison because I don't think they have access to the internet. Anyways, Republican got gliders, huh? Reputation gliders or Republican gliders. Off the top of my head, probably Leo, but it depends on the character. I don't know. Fontaine's really good too. Definitely not this one. This one looks really nice on some characters, but it's eh. This one obviously looks good on very few characters, but rest is one of them. So, I don't know. Probably the Fontaine glider. I'd say standalone, irregardless of characters. Just its vibe on its own. I'd say the Republic of France glider. Dragon spine wings. Do these count as reputation wings? If they're reputation wings, I would say yes, these ones. But Natlan's the ugliest one. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. What's my resource situation at for Escoffier? Not good. I feel like I didn't gain any Primo Gems from that for some reason. That's fine. It's fine. I have enough to get to pity already. I'll win a 50-50, surely. I don't want to have to spend any money for Escoffier. I'll be sad. I'll be really sad if I have to. Anyways, Natlan's the prettiest IMO. Well, you're welcome to your opinion. I don't like Natlans. I don't think there's a single unit I like them on. Actually, no. I think someone said they look good on Toma. I agree they look good on Toma. Like, nah. It doesn't match Dia at all. I think the Leo gliders are far better on Dia. Matches the highlights of her hair a lot better. A lot better contrast overall. Brown. This is just like the wrong color of everything, basically. Yeah, I don't know. If it was like less dull looking, maybe it would be fine. Yeah, that's part of the problem. I don't know. Anyways, let's go to Polearms only quick, I suppose, and then I have an hour. So let's go to Polearms only. That we're going to Diluc too. I think I like the KFC wings on Diluc more. Although I haven't seen Diluc, I guess, with the other wings, or with the other skin. That is. Can I see this with the glider? No. I don't know, I think I kind of like him on these more. Yeah. I don't know, they don't look bad, to be clear, but... Anyways. Let's go into Polearms only real quick. And we will do the event and dailies there. And then I'll maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll look at... I'm not going to set up the form or anything. This is not a proper unit review stream, obviously. But I can maybe take like a couple random ones from chat. You can make your case for why I should review your character, but I'll do at least like 2 or 3. Depends on how long they take. Did I miss the unit review? I mean, I said I was going to do a unit review if I got bored, and people distracted me with like superconduct, Varesa, and things. So they have not happened yet, and I'm only gonna do a couple. But a couple's better than none. Superconduct was 1 person. Yeah, I know. But after they mentioned it, well, hey, it was something to not be bored about. I gotta take a drink of water. I've not been drinking enough water. Should look at my DPS Lanyan corrected. Okay. Alright, Sylveon's immediately paying for things. With the membership message. Appreciate it, Sylveon, but... We can definitely look at your DPS Lanyan, though. I'm very down. Alright. What are your odds of getting a review? High, mostly because I said in the past that I wanted to look at your stuff, so that biases me towards picking you up. But how about because I know you want to have me look at ZZZ builds, I think. Okay, These are easy dailies, so I will do these dailies. I could do the event and claim those as the dailies instead, but the event lasts a few days, so I'll save the event. I'll save the event rewards for a more annoying daily day. Anyways, but yeah, hold off a little bit for asking me to review your stuffs. Gotta finish on here quick. Should only take a few minutes. Plan on making a video about Venti. I mean, he chose to not show up on my account. And even if I had him, I don't really know what I could do in this current Abyss cycle. So like the only thing to do would be like, hey, here's some fun things I can do with the Vish apps if Mihoyo ever chose to add AoE content into the game again. But like, we quite literally might not get AoE content that Venti can shine in for 6 months, a year. So it's just like, yeah. But anyways, I'm not 100% against the idea of making a video on him. I could find someone else's account to use Venti on, right? But I have other videos I think I want to focus on first. So it's not likely, I'm sorry. I'd be much more interested if there was an Abyss cycle or other content in the game that made me have more reason to do so. What? I didn't get a jump. Oh, well. Physical Venti, yeah. You like using Venti with Mizuki? Yeah, that seems kind of interesting. Also don't have Mizuki. I guess, I don't know, maybe we'll do Venti Mizuki. I never made a Mizuki video because I just like, I was gonna make a Mizuki video and be like, yeah, this character's bad, but here, she can still be usable, but I just, man, I could not find a single instance where like, I felt like her kit was uniquely better than other options. So it's just like, why? So anyways, maybe I can jump on Sylveon's account and do a Venti video at some point. You know, it's likely you can badger me again in the future, in the next couple weeks here, because it's likely I can do that as a live stream thing. We can be like, all right, I can do a rather than edit a video, I'll just do a live stream of like, is Venti worth it in 2025? Live stream, and I can just mess around with Venti on Sylveon's account. So. What does Mizuki even do? She does some extra swirl damage after you press E and AFK with her. By AFK, I mean you technically press WASD. But she can't normal attack during her state where she does her damage and does her swirl buff for her damage and whatever. So, it limits her teams a lot, and her healing doesn't work properly with Farina because reasons. They very specifically balance her healing in a way that makes it like perfectly awkward with Farina. She's a worse Sucrose. I'd argue she's a worse Sayu. I don't know. I think she's a worse Aoife. It's just, she is a character. Yeah, like again, I think the idea of her is cool. You know, I think the idea of Mizuki is cool, where like they have a character that's specifically incentivized to be an on-field animo driver, but like she just doesn't have the team options for her kit to be functional, and if they're gonna limit her teams like they did by making her not be able to normal attack, fine, but then she's got to do more than she does. She just doesn't do enough to justify all of her restrictions and whatever. I honestly think she's worse than Chi-Chi in my opinion. Like, Chi-Chi has value being a healer that doesn't require on-fielding and whatever. I don't know, or actually she can be on. Chi-Chi can heal a lot more when you on-field her, but I don't know, Chi-Chi Farina is more compelling than Mizuki Farina. They're relatively similar to each other as far as not many scenarios where they're that relevant, but like, yeah. Yeah, C2 makes her more usable. Yes. Last daily. She's a standard unit. People will get C2 eventually. I mean, yes and no. Like, I wouldn't even have C3 Dia right now if I hadn't gotten lucky on some off rate ups and chosen her specifically during the standard selector. Like, there's 8 characters, I think, now in the standard pool. It's very, very possible you play the game for like 3 more years from now and never see C2 Mizuki. Right? It's not that unlikely. So, like, I really don't think very many people are going to have C2 Mizuki unless they're selecting Mizuki from the standard selector. Which a lot of people might, just by nature of her being, like, the new character. But I think a lot of people might choose C0 Mizuki. But I don't think that many people are actually going to choose Constellations. But anyways, I don't know. Eventually is the keyword. Yeah. You've never had a Mona in 4 years? Yeah, exactly. There you go. And as they add more standard banner units, there's a decreased chance to get any particular standard banner units, like 50-50 loss, or from standard banner itself. So, I don't know. Anyways. I can tell you I would not be surprised at all if 2 years from now I only have a C0 Mizuki. I wouldn't be surprised if 2 years from now I don't have Mizuki at all, because I'm not planning on choosing her from the selector. I want Dia constellations from the selector. I want my C4 Dia. I want it now. When is this expiring? 7 days? Alright, that's fine. Put this back down. Weren't we supposed to get a second 5-star standard this year? I don't think they said that. I think their phrasing was that they were going to add a 5-star when they originally had like the 5.0 whatever stream where they were like, yeah, we're going to add a standard character. So I doubt we're getting another standard character this year, but it's possible. But also, I don't know if I'd... Like, I'm pretty sure characters being a standard character at this point, based on Mizuki, might be more of a death sentence for their kit than being a 4-star. Imagine how bad Aoife would be if he was a 5-star standard character. Like, I don't understand why, like, I don't know. They did a good job with Dia. I ironically think they did, but the idea with Mizuki was there. The execution was not. Anyways, Aoife is worse than Mizuki in Mizuki's defense. I think Aoife is better than Mizuki, not on like a damage level necessarily. I think it's nonsense that, again, like another unit that has the same kit gimmick but just restricted in a different way and also has really bad healing. Like, why are you so scared of making an animal driver that's a healer for Farina? Why? Why, Moya? Why are you so scared? Why is Aoife's best weapon Prototype Amber? Like, Aoife can be a better healer for Farina than Mizuki because of the fact that with his like skill, healing leveled up, whatever, and a decent build with healing bonus and EM substats and Prototype Amber, he should be pretty decent at healing. But like better than Mizuki. So I don't know. Anyways, that aspect, him being better than Mizuki for Farina and being able to actually trigger normal attack effects, in my opinion, makes him better than Mizuki. It's not at a damage level, oops. It's not a damage level, of course. Yeah, Aoife's a catalyst. So, anyways, yeah, but assuming you're doing Farina, which you very likely are playing Farina with Aoife, because it's like, alright, it's like, I hate farming the same artifact demand in 2 different accounts, man. This artifact is almost assuredly useless for me on this account. I hate farming the same artifact on same sets on different accounts, because like I only care about the plunge artifacts, and this could be great for Shao, but actually it's probably useless for Shao. I already got like a really, really good circlet for Shao. Anyways, whatever. It just it's troll game. Troll game. I think I might stop farming this until I'm done farming this set on my main account. Because I'm down to spend a ton of res on this account to get a really good Shao build. I don't really have much else I need to farm for. But like, I don't think I can handle farming it at the same time and the game trolling me, giving me pieces that I specifically want on my main account. Because if I got that kind of piece on my main account, I could be like done very shortly. Anyways, 2 set for Effie, I doubt it. I have a very good Golden Troop build already. I do have an onset goblet, to be clear. But I think I'm likely not going to do an offset circlet. I mean, let me check. I can't remember what it is. Who did I put it on? I think Layla. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know, or we know she has Sense of Curate, yeah. So I have this as an option, and I have this as an option if I need the ER. I have this as an option if I need more crit rate. Right now, we know she has Sense of Crit Rate, so with crit damage weapon, so add 66 crit damage to this, and add 20% crit rate. It's a little bit scuffed of a ratio, to be honest. But, you know, again, if I need the crit rate, bam. Right. Now we're more like 80% crit rate. So is that a relevant piece? I don't know, potentially. But it would mean using an onset. I don't know, and my onset flowers aren't bad. I don't know, it's a consideration. Anyways, we'll see how it rolls. It could be the best circlet in the world. My current Shao piece, by the way, it is... Okay, go to Shao. My current Shao piece... Yeah, this is like a perfect piece for him. The chance that this is relevant for him is extremely low. Yeah, it's basically 0 now. It had to have attack percent or ER, I think. Bye. Alright, that's fine. There's no reality where that is relevant over this piece, especially in this account, because I need the ER for him. Alrighty. Well, I'll level to 12 for the funsies, why not? But I don't think I need this anymore. It will never be relevant. Okay, fine. Unless in the crapshoot chance that Skirk, which there's been no indication of this. Yeah, there we go, okay. If Skirk was a polar unit, it would have been funny, but yeah. All damn flat stats. A lot of geo characters, people don't already use geo characters, so that they make a standard geo character, they would be F tier. Probably, yeah. But there's no inherent reason they would have to be. So, yeah. Anyways. I don't think... At this point, I don't even think it's that beneficial for them to release more standard banner characters. I just want... I don't think it's a bad thing to release more standard banner characters inherently, but... It sure seems like it's more likely we're going to get a sus kit in a standard banner character than even a 4-star character at this point. Like, the 4-star characters have been really been good. This could actually be usable on him. Shalonen is one of the most used characters currently, yeah, because of the fact that they just gave her 36% res shred, and the artifact set is really good for her. She also has Petra, to be clear. I highly doubt they're gonna make a I have a stroke. I highly doubt they're gonna make a Geo standard banner character near the utility of Shalonen. So, you know, wow, thanks. How much is Eon's on buff polymers only? Honestly, not that much. Like, she has, to be clear. Like, we spreadsheet things out a lot, to be clear. Like, hey, she's made me actually want to use a normal build on Raiden, right? And her weapon. This is the first time I've ever actually seriously used Raiden's weapon on this account. And she's made me now want to try to perfect Raiden's build on a normal build, not hybrid. which is cool, right? I think that's the most notable gain I've seen from it. She also has helped Sino significantly in that I no longer have to do an ER timepiece on Sino all the time. That's cool. She makes Arlecchino stronger. That's cool. She gives me even more compelling options for Chevro's teams. She makes Emily stronger. And when Escoffier comes out, there might be some stuff with that. But, like, honestly, because of how strong the account already was and what Chevro's did at a baseline, she could have just been an Electro unit that was scroll and didn't give any attack buff at all, and she'd still be she'd still do almost exactly the same thing. Other than, like, she wouldn't be as good for, like, Raiden. She wouldn't have changed my Raiden circumstance, right? But yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, I need to go for VV pieces. Ugh. The reason I'm going for VV pieces is because I want to get a good enough VV build on Xiao in order to properly compare VV to the new set on him. Which mostly I need a better circlate option for that. Alright, well that was something. Alright. Zhongli, Navia, Shalona, and Geo characters are mostly all forgotten. Yup. I do not understand. Like, they had to have an idea of what they were planning for character balance in the next year. It's so crazy to me that we've gone from, like, Chiori is the off-fielder of last year, and Escoffier is the off-fielder of this year. And do you know how much better Chiori would have been? Just change two things about Chiori. One, give her team-wide healing, because apparently that's something that off-fielders just need to have. They need to be damage dealers and team-wide healers for Farina. And then put her C1 in her base kit, so it's just a Geo requirement, not a construct requirement. And, like, suddenly she'd be so much more relevant. But they're like, nah. Chiori would have been too strong. Like, how have we gone from that last year to this? I don't understand. Anyways, yeah, I'd be down. I'd be at this point, to be clear. I think the balance of reaction in this game is so effed. I'd be so down with them just completely overriding, like, nearly every single reaction function in the team, completely changing team build up. It'd be wild. It'd be a wild change. People would probably revolt, but I think they need to rebalance a lot of things in this game. Anyways, it would be nice if there's more construct synergy, though. Yeah, like, the idea of having a character that incentivizes constructs is cool, but, like, she doesn't do enough to incentivize it. It's not like she was doing so much more damage with constructs in the field. It's like, oh, suddenly we should start doing Geo Traveler and Chiori all the time if you have Chiori. Like, it didn't do that much interesting, right? It was just, this character is kind of if you don't do constructs. It wasn't, yes, I'm heavily rewarded for doing constructs. It's, you're punished for not doing constructs, right? That's what it was more on a balance level. And then meanwhile, Escoffier. I don't know. Anyways. Are we done on this account? Oh no, we have to do the things real quick. Sorry. These will be fast. Actually, will they? Whoops. I need to freeze. Well, freezing shouldn't be too hard. Just gotta keep up Candice. Alright. And then plunging damage, huh? Well, I cannot plunge on this account. Wait, I can. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. It's fine. Frick, gotta check Xiao's build. I don't remember what build he's on right now. Yeah, he's on it. Okay. Okay. Well, that might not be enough energy, let's be real, but it'll be fun. Okay. Let's go, Xiao. Surely Xiao can do damage, right? Right? Okay, I think I have to something like this, honestly. Otherwise, we're gonna get no points. Okay. And then freeze. Wish you could change builds in the team selection menu. Yeah, it was a weird decision. I think it was just an oversight in this case, to be clear. Alrighty, do that. I probably should have done a hold skill.
Hey, shift.
Yeah.
Let's keep going, team.
Cryo incarnate. We shall prevail. My will embodied. Lights out. You can't run. Yield. Unleash. Do your master's bidding.
Neutralizing threat.
Oh, I need to bother with Mika.
Judgment. Punishment.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, I gotta redo this. Okay, that's fine. We can do this a little bit better. Change one thing about Kazuha's skill. What would you change? You have C6 Mika on polearms only? I do. He was on Shenhe's original banner, remember? Not original, first rerun banner. So I got him like C4 or C5, I think, and then I got a random rate up for C6. Change one thing about Kazuha's OP skill. I don't know that I would want to change anything about Kazuha's skill. It's very fun. You know what? I will change one thing about it. Make it do multiplier damage. Like, it has a fairly big animal damage multiplier, but make it do elemental type damage and like of whatever he infuses with his skill. So like he could do a pyro plunge or a cryo electro hydro plunge rather than a anima plunge, right? That's what I've changed. Make it even more overpowered.
Pin them down.
That. Oh, that was a Candace moment. I don't think I want to have that happen. Oh god, okay.
Transfiguration. Engaging. Obey. Grant us your blessing.
You know.
Cryo incarnate. We shall prevail. Shiver. Take your true form. Do your worst. Do your master's bidding. You will regret it. My will embodied. Hear my prayer.
Just making sure we're going to different enemies. I should be smart with doing this.
You can't run. Punishment.
Oh, just had to be not stupid. All right. Yeah, we're on polearms only. All right, this will be interesting. First of all, do you, I suppose, and then do shall, get some energy particles, whack away. Why is Homa on? I mean, it's Staff of Homa, I guess. Really not ideal though. Not in this event, that's for sure. Well, it'll do something for keeping up Emily. 278,000, wow.
A little ambiance. Step aside.
I didn't burst on. Okay, let's just redo. I heard Canada's English VA quit. It's not too surprising. Alright, do this first actually now. Get the cooldowns going, then do this. With Staff of Toma on Toma. It's fine, you deserve it.
This will brighten up the place.
Okay.
Control breathing.
That was a low plunge. And didn't crit. Nice. Oh, I'm so not used to normal attack cancels with plungers.
Fresh and floral. Stronger.
Are you serious? Oh boy. He is not gonna get 900. There's no reality where this boy gets 900. Not without starting without his burst. Aw. No.
Quick as a flash. On
To be clear, Fav on God dang it. Oh my lordy. Fav on Toma would have really helped here. I do think that's for sure. Can you crit food? Oh, I should have used crit food. I think if I use crit food and get Fav on Toma, we can do this. I want to get Shao to get 900 points. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I'm being pessimistic here.
a little ambiance. Control breathing.
Fire it up. Got you covered.
Oh my god. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh my god. I don't even have the buff up anymore. What am I doing? Okay, I could probably get 900 even with this Scuffdar's team without Fav on Toma and everything. I could probably optimize it. But we're gonna do this the not annoying as heck way. We'll go re-equip Toma. Oh boy. Alright, Tolmers. You have Noblesse on, right? Yeah, okay. You do have Noblesse. It's just your weapon that was goofed. That's fine. It's probably the least bad if Zhongli doesn't have it. Alright. Fav. Hopefully fine. Okay. And that might be kind of all we need to do, to be honest. Although, I do think we should actually put Shao on this feather. Lose a crit damage roll. Lose one crit damage roll. Gain a little bit of crit rate. Lose a tiny bit of crit rate, but gain an ER roll. And that, I think, will stay like that. I mean, maybe I should actually put even more ER on him. But we will use a food buff. What do I have? Do I have the crit rate, crit damage food? But I need to look for the arrows. I'm stupid. I'm blind. Do I not have any? Oh, there they are. I have. That doesn't give crit damage. There we go. I have one crit rate, crit damage food. Perfect. One is enough. And we need to craft an animo thing. Okay. Fab Emily. Honestly, yeah, that might be the good choice. But I also kind of think Emily's doing more. They're half of the damage. Well, is she doing half the damage? I don't know. You might be right. Fab Emily might be the play. I'm going to try without Fab Emily, though, since I'm using food. That is the resistance one, right? Yeah, that's not what I need. I need this one. Okay. Oops. What time is it? 6:30. Oh, boy. Okay. If you could redo polearms only, what different decisions would you make? I would not go for Yaoyo Constellations, because that would have saved me a lot of wishes. It's mostly just better wishing decisions, to be honest. Like, I could literally have had this account be free to play, still have Arlecchino C6, if I had, like, not gone for Yaoyo Constellations. Not gone for Shenhe Constellations. Honestly, that might be it. That actually might be the main two stupid mistakes. And like, these didn't necessarily make sense either, but I also kind of like having C6 Toma. So I got C1 through C3 because of Chevreuse, and then C4 and C5 happened because of Toma. I did not intentionally go to C5. So I don't actually regret those decisions. I quite appreciate having C6 Toma, but Yaoyo has not anytime recently been needed to be used to any meaningful degree. She's kind of become useless, sadly, so her constellations are useless because she is kind of useless, sadly. She was very, very important for a long time in the account, but not anymore. So it wasn't really worth it to get a bunch of useless Shao constellations, too. I mean, Shao C1 kind of theoretically helps with his energy, so, you know. That Raiden is proof C6 Arlecchino free-to-play was possible? Yeah, exactly. What's the point of C2 Shenhe? Increasing her damage potential. And buffing Cryo a little bit, but I don't think it was worth it. I just did it because I thought it'd be interesting. In hindsight, I actually wish I had gone for Shenhe's weapon for Eon-san, but I didn't know Eon-san was going to be like she was at the time. Like, for having value to have Calamity Queller for her. But oh well. I don't know. C2 Shenhe just makes Shenhe better though. It's like, it's nice having a burst duration extension and a crit buff from it. And C1 Shenhe is actually really nice for giving her more flexibility for rotations. I actually really like C1 Shenhe, but I don't think it was worth it, right? Like my situation in my account would not be that different if I didn't go for those.
Check this out.
This will brighten up the place.
Fire it up. Here's backup.
Quick as a flash. Let's
Disappear. Worthless.
I need that buff. Whoopsies.
a little ambiance. Stronger.
Got you covered.
Alright, I think we got this. Why are we clicking under 42 Night Soul? Ugh. Oh, did I just not get particles from that? Oh, that was a bad mistake.
Brighten up the place.
Oh boy. Alright, we're gonna funnel then.
Quick as a flash. Let's
I thought his burst had ended, but I don't think it did. Oh crap, man. Ah crap, that was such a terrible mistake. It's so annoying. I cannot believe they made this character not be able to get his energy particles
neutralize.
Don't get too close.
when he's in his
Control breathing.
sorry, I have a stroke. When he's in his skill state. Can I really? Oh my god, Fab. Are you actually serious? He's lost all of Eon's on buff. Okay, well. Man, that one goof skill completely bungled Chow. He still might get 900 because, you know, buffing Go Burger. But I think I might redo this. Barely. Barely 900. Yeah, let's try again. Let's get a better equip than that. Yeah, the burst duration extension from C2 Shenhe is definitely more impactful than the crit damage. It's just 15% crit damage, so it doesn't really do that much.
This will brighten up the place.
Don't get too close. Here's backup.
Where are you? There you go.
Worthless. Here. Here. Worthless. Useless.
Fresh and through. Quick as a flash. Let's move.
Check this out. I got you covered. Disappear.
We're gonna have energy problems next rotation. I actually think Shao might need like 50 energy on this account. Oh. He's just like fine for the first couple rotations because of C1. Oh boy, this is a C2. No, it's a C1. I think that does that. Ow. Okay.
Don't get too close. Here's backup.
This will brighten up the place.
Useless. We'll conquer it. Here. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Worthless.
That's physical punch.
Fresh and through. Quick as a flash. Let's
Ow.
Got you covered. Disappear.
Okay, we've been mostly fine with energy though. With all the fabs in the world. Man, like seeing the flick, ow, having the flickering that we're having with Shao makes me think I like really could appreciate having it. That was not that much better. it was better to play, but it wasn't that much better score. Yeah, fab on Shao, honestly, maybe. What was it saying? I don't have a stroke. It's fine. Anyways, I don't think they put much thought into Shao's kit since he gets no particles from his burst. Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, the leading theory, yeah, is that like they made it because of Shao's C6, you know, letting you spam his skill a bunch. They didn't want his skill to generate a million energy for him, because they were worried about a C6 being too strong for some godforsaken reason, rather than just letting it be whale shit. And they decided to punish every player who wanted to play Shao not at C6, I guess, in exchange for that. Because yeah, that's the only sensible reason for why he doesn't generate particles during his burst. It's such a nonsense aspect to his kit that makes him feel so unpleasant to play in non-ideal team contexts. Like, yeah, if you play him in Cloud Retainer, Farazan, C6, Shao, there's enough animal particles there, you just don't have to worry about it. Like, sweet. That shouldn't be the solution. Ah, crap, I should... Frick. Whatever. Well, too late now. I'll try to save this one, though. I should have saved that, because I can get more value for, like, completing dailies from these if I save them on days when I need to use them, rather than as overflow points, but oh well. Okay, this is going to be kind of weird. I don't even know... I have 2 Natlan units. So, like... I don't even know if I can get anything past maybe the second buff. Probably. So I could do that, and then I just... Arlecchino it, I guess. I might need party members here, I guess, but it's not really going to do anything. C4 Shao is the funny constellation. Yeah. Skyward Spine would probably give him enough ER and high bits attack. Yeah, I would consider trying Spine on Shao if I had it. I do not. Are we even gonna get 2 buffs up?
Form first. Step aside.
I would not be surprised if we don't.
This will brighten up the place.
Oh, we did. Nice. Wow.
Form first. Step aside. Form first.
Check this out. I got you covered.
Quick as a flash. Let's move.
Yeah, you need 3 Natlanians. That's insane. Unless there's like very minor, like unless like 1 extra second of like timing and Night Soul Burst at the right time in the beginning, maybe. So maybe I didn't cause elemental damage early enough, or yeah. Oh well. Oh well. Higher Traveler count? Well, they're not a polar unit, so no. But also no, they don't. They don't count towards the Night Soul counter. That I do know.
Drop your weapons.
Witness my overrule.
Justice will prevail. There is no escape. Final warning.
Everlasting as the moon.
Xiangling! Xiangling! Oh, we might not make it. Oh, we got it. Okay. Ooh. I'm not in.
Hands by the seal. Illusion shut. Now you shall perish.
This is where laid bare. Transfix.
Stop right there. There is no escape. Nice and spicy. Justice will prevail. Inazuma shines eternal.
Everlasting as the moon. Overrule.
It's so funny that bursting a Raiden one just like for her damage, but like C4 Raiden means I should do that
Laid bare.
to get the attack percent buff for Arlecchino. Alright. Shivers. Alright.
Drop your weapons. Illusion shattered. Into the fire. Now you shall perish.
Witness my
Bam. Damn, okay, not bad. Arlecchino against the automaton. I mean, obviously it's C6 Arlecchino. I know, not me trying to make a fair comparison, but it's kind of funny that boss that has such a very specific and hard Natlan incentivization, Arlecchino gets 1100 easily. Meanwhile, Shao with 8 billion% plunging damage bonus struggled to get 900. Oh, it's a little sad. It's a little sad that an Omega buff Shao in this account still doesn't like. Oh well. Anyways, okay. Let's do. I don't have very much time. I guess I'm not doing Zenless. Let's do a couple unit reviews. I think I only have a very small amount of time. That's my bad. I didn't think I was going to be doing polearms only stuff this long. I'll do Sylveon's real quick, because Sylveon paid for it. You're crazy. I don't. Please don't do a bunch of donations right now for unit reviews. I will. I know I've been saying this for a while, but if you want to pay for a unit review, hopefully try to join a stream that I directly say I'm going to do unit reviews in. Not this one, because I need to go in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Yeah, sure, I'll open up yours as Asorial. Well, we can end with Asorios, but I'll do at least 1 or 2 more other than this DPS Lanyan.
The world remains constant. centuries. But human life is like the dew at dawn, or a
Alright.
bubble rising through
DPS Lanyan fixed. Oh, look at that. It's a VV build. Wow. Of course, yeah. A Sylveon Whale for C6 Lanyan. I'll get her eventually. It's going to take a while. Very nice. Yep, this looks not too dissimilar from my build. A little bit tiny less ER. It should still be doable with a Fav on Farazon. I don't think it's that problematic. You just funnel a little bit of particles. Very nice goblet. Yeah, just a very nice DPS Lanyan build. Look at that attack percent. Wow. Yep. Yeah, mine is barely better than this one. It's not that much better. This is basically the same build as mine. Yeah. Very good. Awesome. Thank you, Sylveon, for fixing your DPS Lanyan. Not that you had to, but I think Sylveon tried 4-piece Desert Pavilion on her, and I think found Lanya's normal attack damage is not really that worth speccing into. But yeah. Anyways, I think 2-piece Lanyan, 4-piece Golden Troop Lanyan, heck, even you could make a consideration for a 4-piece Emblem Lanyan. Like, Lanyan has a lot of 2-piece options.
all the world holds dear.
And different
Is
weird
backdrop
things you could do
motion.
for her build. You definitely don't have to do 4-piece VV. I just really like 4-piece VV for, you know, you can still use her as an animo support. Like, just use this build, but put her on TTDS if you want Thrilling Tales, right? And now she's maximizing your damage. Wow. It's crazy. Alright, Swing, you were first. Chaska VV. Alright, sure, we can look at that real quick. I'll try to actually be quick for once. C2 Chaskers, nice. VV build, nice. Yeah, this is a nice looking VV Chaska. Did you find it was better with this build? Because you'd have a crit damage weapon, and like I think it's less likely people will find a VV build is better than a Codex build with a crit damage weapon. But I also have a crit damage weapon for my Chaska, and found that I preferred VV on her. So were you finding this was better? Like how pretty Zenless is on Enka? Yeah, it's pretty nice. Like it more with the off-field damage? Yeah, nice. Okay. This is a pretty dang good Varesa for the new set. Yeah. This looks relatively similar to kind of to what my Varesa looks like. Yep. Nice. Our Varesa builds are at the same spot. So, I know how this performs. It performs like my Varesa. Very nice. Hey, and yours is 80 out of 92. Well, sorry, mine's 80 out of 80 because I haven't done the final ascension. Someday, DM. Alright, very nice. No animo damage though on that Lanyan? Yeah, that's fine. I don't use animo damage goblet on Lanyan because if you do, to be clear, animo damage goblet might be better, but I like attack goblet for the balance of like the damage, the motion value from her the elemental damage that she does based on the like shield infusion element grab is, if I recall, like 1,000% ish of like her 4,000 motion value. So it's like it's a fourth of her damage. It's not necessarily like that's small enough that like yeah, animo damage is probably better, but I don't know. I really like having an attack goblet on her. But yeah, you don't have to do an attack goblet for DPS Lanyan. That's my point. So, anyways, thanks, Chato. How many unit reviews for today? Very few because I need to go in 10 minutes. Arlecchino for potato. Sure. Asking for single characters is helpful. Just mostly going in the list in order. Not C6 Bennett, how dare you. Arlecchino, level 81, Homers, nice. This looks very similar to what my Arlecchino build looked like a little bit ago, until I switched to a crit rate weapon on her. Yep. Seems to be a very healthy Arlecchino. That's a lot of attack. Oh, it's an attack goblet. I see. Interesting. Do you play Arlecchino without Bennett or Yonson, or is this just because that's what you had for an on-set goblet? Because I definitely have found, on my account, Pyro Goblet was meaningfully better than attack goblets, and I had relatively similar crit value to like compare against for off-piece goblets. But when I play like Arlecchino, Chevreuse, Yai, Fischl, that team has less attack buffing going on, and attack goblet becomes much better. So, Farina Kazuo Bennett. Okay, so just what you had available. Yeah, this is kind of an ideal crit ratio if you do double cryo. So you have near 100% crit rate with double cryo. Well, with Rosaria, but you can do double cryo without Rosaria and still gain benefit from cryo resonance rate. Yeah. Imbalance ratio, but imbalance ratio isn't the end of the world, and sometimes ideal when it comes to melt teams for Arlecchino. Crazy. Alright, Autumn's Dia. Alright. Look at a Dia. Top 1% Voracasha Dia. Wow, does that mean you don't have enough ER? Because that's my complaint with Voracasha, or sorry, Dia leaderboards is, oh, you have Cease's Dia. I'm still very suspicious of this, but I don't know. If you're playing Monopyro Dia, that makes sense. C6 Dia Monopyro should be fine with this kind of build. But yeah, this is a very good Dia build. It's a very healthy amount of HP substats. Kind of surprising you're doing a attack timepiece. No, I guess it's not that surprising with how many HP substats you have. Yeah.
But human life is like the dew at dawn.
I definitely would lean towards HP timepiece. But depends how your rolls went. This is obviously a good enough piece that it makes sense to use. Yep. Very nice Dia. It's not a Dia I would use because I don't like Dia Monopyro. I don't think it's that interesting. I usually like I am much more likely to do Dia solo pyro than I am to do Monopyro Dia teams, and that's why I don't like the Akasha leaderboards for Dia. They are not a good evaluation for how I like to use the character, but this is obviously not a bad Dia build in that context. So yeah, very nice. I like it. I respect the Dia dedication. Did you somehow get lucky with this, or did you spend a bunch of money for C6 Dia on her banner? I'm guessing you spent money based on the weapon, which is fine. Unit review prices impacted by tariffs? No. No. Ganyu Farina. Oh boy. C6 Farina from K Blue Jay. Is it MH? It's not. Whoa. Wow. It's a non, and you have an off-piece timepiece even, so if you need more ER, you can just switch to it. Wow. Unironically, one of the best C6 Farina builds I've seen. Because I think this is what the kind of build you'd probably default to with the C6 Farina. And then you can switch her to a different build if you're min-maxing her for on-field. Like, you can switch her to MH if you're specifically trying to do some shenanigans with C6. But, like, normally with C6, she doesn't spend enough field time to min-max her to that degree, right? And I do not feel MH is so beneficial with a high-investment build to be worth switching off of her. But something like min-maxing Farina with C6 with, like, a 2-piece HP build is, I think, more interesting, actually. If you're really min-maxing the C6 ability, but the C6 ability can still get very big damage on this kind of build, and then you're not hampering her normal utility, right? And you have an off-piece timepiece, so you can easily get more ER if you need more ER. So honestly, 10 out of 10 Farina build. I think this is a rare, basically perfect Farina C6 build. I mean, your goblet could be better, but onset, you know, we understand relatable onset goblets. Goblets here. That fischl goblet. Oh, that fischl goblet. It could have been so much better. That's fine. It's fine. Anyways, yeah, very nice Farina. Also, they want to take a look at Ganyu, Melt Ganyu, C2 Ganyu. Ganyu gets 20% crit rate from her charge attack hitting. Don't forget that. Plus, there's potentially cryo resonance, but I'm assuming with the Melt Ganyu, they're not usually cryo resonancing. So 86% crit rate with the almost bill. This is a very, very good Melt Ganyu, especially with 364 EM, and that is a very healthy chunk of EM substats, and even a healthy chunk of crit or attack percent. Wow, what is 18 crit rate? Wow. All right, that is like 2 more crit rate rolls than I have on any feather on my account. Crazy. All right, yeah, that is an extremely good Ganyu. Yep. People just flexing builds today. All right, I have 4 minutes. Let's see.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Here, you know what? I want to do someone I didn't do. Change Dia from Mar Sussy. Didn't I just look at you out on boat? Did I tell you last time that you had to change Dia from Mar Sussy? I mean, I don't like MH Dia, but it's perfectly fine to use on her, generally speaking. Farina has low HP though. This one? That doesn't matter. Not with. It's fine. To be clear, I think sometimes people over prioritize because like guide makers will say, oh, use a hydro goblet on Farina if you have C2 or higher, but like I can tell you, I went and checked the optimizing. I checked not just my own math in in-game. I actually checked numbers, and an HP goblet in my case was better than a hydro goblet. And mostly that's just because my HP goblet has some crit rate. My onset hydro goblet, while it's similar crit value, does not have crit rate. And also has one less ER roll. But like my point is like even with C2 Farina on my account, the HP goblet was better. So yes, if Nier has a HP goblet, they should consider it. But being low HP isn't inherently problematic, especially for a C2 Farina. But even a non-C2 Farina, you shouldn't just be like, ugh, you're not using an HP goblet on Farina at like pre C2 even. Like it's fine. It's still contributing to her damage. It's fine. Anyways, nah, you made me feel like getting Voracasha. Nice. Yeah, I like Voracasha's on her quite a lot. It was somewhat noticeable, particularly for like her tanking utility too, which is fun. But anyways. I'm still not going to be 100% happy with my Voracasha build until C4 Dia. Because it'll fix my energy problems. So anyways. Highly invested C4 Risley. I'm not sure. I'm mostly looking at people flexing things, but that's fine. We'll do real unit review streams that are more focused on advice. Soon, TM. Soon. C4 Rio the Zoli. That is a very nice onset goblet. That's a very healthy amount of attack percent. Nice EM timepiece. Yeah. I mean, it's 100 crit rate, 234 crit damage Risley. With a healthy chunk of EM and attack percent. Like, it's just an extremely well balanced Risley. You have, what, one... I mean, that's not half of a dead... No, I don't count flat attack as a dead stat. So dead stat... Dead stat. You have 3 dead stats. If we're counting the attack, we'll say like the bad roll here and flat rolls because it could be attack percent. We'll say 4 dead stats. And the ER roll is arguably a dead stat, but like yeah, 4 dead stats, 4-ish dead stats is insane. Yeah, nice, very nice. And most of those are not bad rolls; those are just bad stats that technically could be better stats. Like this could be attack percent, right? Or the flat attack could be attack percent. But, yeah. No EM substats is sad. They have EM substats. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 EM substats. When am I going to do a dedicated unit review stream? If I had to guess, tomorrow or Tuesday. Like, but that's what I've been kind of saying for a while. Like, you know, overload. I don't know what vortex overload means. Oh, vortex vanquisher. That makes sense. This seems to be a quite good non-crit weapon build for Arlecchino. Interesting. This might be one of the first. I don't know. No, I think it might be the first vortex vanquisher Arlecchino I've seen. Interesting. I imagine vortex vanquisher got a little bit better with Sitlali's release too for Arlecchino. So you're not like forced to use like Zhongli over there. Not to mention Lanyan exists as well. There's just a lot better, more compelling shielder options now to make for something like Vortex Vanquisher to be better than it was before. So yeah, I forgot it existed as well. Most memorable build I reviewed so far. I've seen so many people's builds. I don't have a specific one. I'm sorry. I'm too focused in like trying to like give advice or whatever other entertainment focused commentary when I look at these things. So. You know. Also, I need to go. Okay, shoot. We'll look at your Yoimiya. Why not? Let's look at Yoimiya. Sorry to anyone else that I didn't get to look at. I thought I was going to be able to do more, but I did not pay attention to the time properly when I was doing polearms only. We spent too long doing Shao things. That is a very good Yoimiya. Wow. It's funny, like all the unloved characters or less good characters, right? Anyone still playing them today, the older ones like Yoimiya, you know they have crack builds like this, because if they're still playing Yoimiya, they really like Yoimiya and they've farmed a lot. There's not many casual players playing Yoimiya anymore, right? Very nice. I like it. I like how the feather is kind of the worst piece here. Not, well, no, I don't think it is. The crit damage is really valuable, but is it? I don't know. I think it... Oh wait, this is EM. Never mind, I'm stupid. I didn't see the EM. For some reason, I thought it was just the crit value. Anyways. Alright, we'll look at Osorio's quick, though. What did you want me to look at, Osorio? Swing, you joined my bosses. Thank you. Welcome.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Yeah, this is a cracked Haramasa build. Haramasa gets free crit rate, for anyone not aware. I don't remember what his M1 does, but... Haramasa or anyone you like? Alright, let's do a quick vibe. This music is too dramatic. Zenless builds are so interesting because, like, the crit ratios, by the way, are very not comparable to, like, Genshin crit ratios. Because the stats you get are different, and characters tend to have a lot of inbuilt options for crit buffing if they care about crit, usually. But yeah, it's like these pieces aren't insane, I would say. But this is still a pretty dang good Ellen build. Like, I think you gain really, really little by hyper-optimizing builds in Zenless, is my overall vibe, when I have tested things. Because, like, every time I've, like, tried to test different kinds of builds, like, oh, is this piece an improvement? Is sacrificing this, crit damage roll for 2 more attack % rolls worth it? I cannot actually get a real vibe for whether or not it's worth it, because every time I test anything, like, in actual content that's not just, like, the damage dummy, so the damage dummy is what I actually use for this, right? Because it can just be an enemy that's standing still you can whack on and make sure you get all the buffs up properly. But, like, your actual, like, how you're playing matters so much more in Zenless that, like, the stats, specific differences and the minor differences in stats barely matter. Like, you want to get some crit for your crit-based DPSs, but, like, this piece... Actually, that's a bad example because it's a really good piece. But, like, this piece not having any crit rate is not a problem. This piece not having any more crit rate rolls is not a problem. This slot 5 piece, which is the equivalent of a goblet, only having 1 crit roll and 3 attack %, not a problem. Right? So, I don't know. It's interesting. Getting 2 rolls on attack instantly makes the disc better for you. Yeah, like, I don't know what my Enka, or my, frick. Yeah, if I remember my UID, I would actually want to show, like, I actually switched, I removed some crit damage from my Qingyi the other day because I got a Blade and Song piece that rolled like 12% into attack. And I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And it still had some crit on it, but it had no bad rolls, 3 attack % rolls, and I think 2 crit rolls, if I recall. So 3 crit rolls total, 2 upgraded rolls. So it was a very good piece, on like a 4-line piece, if I recall. And that let me like switch one other piece around and get like 150 more attack on Qingyi, and it's better. Not like crazily so, but it was better, and I could like notice it in like deadly assault points. But anyways, yeah, the UI flourish with like the disc spinning is such a nice little touch for Enka. Anyways, Soldier 11 on the burn set, so add the 28% crit rate. Still a little bit low crit rate, to be honest, unless you're playing with crit rate buffing. I actually switched her to 4-piece Woodpecker, by the way, and my Woodpecker build is 78% crit rate with about this much crit damage. Like, my Woodpecker build has as much crit rate as my 4-piece burn set does now, which is funny. Like, 4-piece burn does with the burn buff up, and burn buff has sus uptime, so that means my Woodpecker build is just better. Yeah, not farm set at all. Yeah, that I kind of figured. Yeah, this is not a unusable build by any means, and you have lighter, so you know your Soldier 11 can do better than I can because you have lighter. So, anyways, yeah, it's a very usable build. Yeah, you're doing 4-piece Shadow Harmony, nice. Have you tested yourself since getting her weapon? Have you tested 4-piece Shockstar instead of Shadow Harmony? Because like I've done a bunch more testing on it, and I still cannot get a good vibe for it being like consistently better. Whereas they feel basically the same almost every time, with like minor nuance to like I honestly think more often than not, what I notice is sometimes Shockstar, if she's on 4-piece Shockstar, she stuns her with Qingyi, because I do a lot of my testing was with DPS Qingyi, is like too fast of stunning, such that it doesn't result in a damage improvement. Because I can't like get as many stacks built up on Qingyi very often, but it's also not necessarily bad, so I don't know, it's weird. Anyways, her own damage is more worth it. I noticed it a lot on Jane since her damage is so fixed. Yeah, okay. That was my overall vibe. Is like the days increase didn't matter that much in 4-piece Shockstar, so I've kind of liked the damage as well. But anyways, it also just makes her feel more satisfying, particularly in like Hollow Zero. Deadly Assault trigger can hold Astra set. Yeah, that's fair. I haven't really considered doing that much, but yeah, she definitely does trigger enough quick assists to use it. I wasn't sure if she would before her release, but she does. And see, Miyabi is a funny character. You're running pen ratio. Okay, that explains the attack. Interesting. I mean, it looks like a very underwhelming Miyabi build, to be honest, but she's such an overpowered character, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Oh boy. 2300 attack. I reconfigured my Jane build a little bit, so now I have a lot more attack than I had before. I sacrificed some AP, and with a AM timepiece, I think I'm at like 2600 attack. I go up towards like 2800 with attack timepiece, attack slot 6. Yeah, it seems like a very good Jane build. This looks relatively similar to my Jane build before I just reconfigured it recently to have a little bit more attack. But I don't know, I haven't actually tested if it's that much better, because I sacrificed some AP for it, right? But anyways. Yep, alright, I gotta go though. It was nice looking at your builds. Thanks for joining the stream. I am making my friends wait, and that's bad on me. That's just my oopsies. Oh well. Probably we'll stream tomorrow, not 100%, but probably. Maybe an actual real unit review stream tomorrow. Bye-bye.